school to study mathematics. Focus on the maths and get a job. You must fight the family battle. You must also fight the societal battle that will stick to hamper your quest to develop and to do something better for yourself. But most importantly, you must fight the financial battle that says, I don't have the capital. But imagine this capital, $5, 200 cedis, 1,000 Ghana cedis, and all these can be your capital. But how are you participating in the process to be able to gain some capital to start? And most importantly, you must fight the spiritual battle, where you must commit whatever you want to do in the hands of God through prayer. Investment here simply means we have Binance here giving us a wonderful opportunity on how we can invest and understand what happens in the markets. And they'll be spending some bit of time with us. You need to understand how to start that journey early. And the earlier you start, you have the opportunity to even take on the risk. Whatever risk that comes with investments, time will allow you to overcome the risk and now begin to gain and rise to a certain level of success. Volunteering and internship is critical. I wish I knew this because this helps you to gain skills. Today we are working with a team of 100 volunteers. Some are stationed at the various points, bringing your colleagues here. Some are doing ushering and doing various things in the hall. They are acquiring skills that helps them to be better prepared for the world of work. Let's appreciate Mr. Paul from SIMA. Please let's give it up to him. He's the country manager. Oh, come on. Appreciate Paul from SIMA. He's the country manager, not just for Ghana, but for Sierra Leone, Cameroon, and several other countries. And he'll be speaking to us also as well. Build your personal brand and reputational equity. It will help you to succeed beyond the walls of the university. Spend time to attend conferences and seminars like this. It helps to shape your thinking. It helps you to meet people on the ordinary at your lecture hall. You wouldn't meet them. These are busy executives. They've come here this morning to download their knowledge and their experience and to help you to become a better person. The best you can do is to tap and acknowledge whatever they do and to be part of the whole conversation. Identify your strengths, interests, and talent. And Kavude will be talking to us about how your talent can be a career option. And the most important thing is that he has a book, and that book can serve as a guide to help you understand how to navigate your way to the top. Kavude, can I have a copy of the book? Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, let's appreciate him one more time. Several of the participants we've had in the past were coming to me particularly on this topic. And I'm glad today there's a book that talks about it, how to turn your talent into a successful career. For some of you, beyond what you are studying, you must begin to ask yourself, what am I good at? What are my strengths, interests, and how can I capitalize on these skills to become a full-time career? I recommend to get a copy. How much is it? For here is 50 cedis. You can put up your hand. The ushers will bring in copies for you to have one. And finally, commit your journey to God when you're on campus. Pray as if everything depends on prayer. Study as if everything depends on your study. But most importantly, understand the God factor. Who had benefited from the faith capsules we shared in the morning? Who was following? Who benefited? Wonderful. And there will be more that will be sharing right here on this platform just to help you navigate your way to the top. And I want to welcome you all once again for being part of this conference. And I want to thank you for listening to me briefly. One more time, let's appreciate all of us here gathered. Oh, let's do it better for ourselves. Oh, come on, let's do it better. Success Africa. Success Africa. Oh, you must say it well. You must say it well. Success Africa. We are about to have our next speaker. If you can move on to the next slide, they can have my details. You can move on to the next, they can have my details, and you can share those details with them. So I would like to call on our next speaker, who happens to be a man of many parts, but most importantly, he has built a strong presence in the public speaking, and he MC out a number of international events right here in Ghana and other places. He's an author of several books, with the recent one being How to Turn Your Talent into a Successful Career. Without wasting much time, join me, let's welcome Kafuide as he takes over as the next speaker. Oh, come on, let's give it up to him as he gets here. Come on.
Hello? Oh, you left your voices at home. Hello? How are you doing? Show by hand if you are under 15 years old. Those who are 15 and younger, just raise your hands. I want to see. Between 16 and 20, just raise your hands. Age. Okay, 16 and 20. 20 above. So most of you are 20 and above. Is anybody who is 30 and above? 30 and above. 30. 40 and above. 50 and above. I think I'm the only person who is 50 and above. So between 20 and 40. It's good. It's good to know who you are talking to so your examples can be relevant. It's nice to be here. I want you to give me a couple of synonyms for the word mind. Mind. M-I-N-D. What are other words for mind? Just shout it out if you know. Yes. Brain. What else? Yeah? Sense. I like that. Mind, brain, sense. What else? Intelligence. Mind, brain, sense, intelligence. What else? Just Google it on your phone. Synonyms for mind. And read them out to me. All right? All right. Just Google it for me. Mind, brain, sense, intelligence. What else? Wisdom. Reason. What else? Psycho. Yeah. Any more? Cognitive. Okay. Wit. All right. Intellect. Mentality. So these are the things we're talking about. Mind, brain, sense, intellect, mentality, psycho. How about shift? Shift. Charlie, shift. What does it mean? Move. What else? Push. Change. Adjust. Did he say swag? Swap. Yes, swap. Swap. Shift. Change. Adjust. Move. Locomote. It's the first time I'm hearing this one. I like it. Locomote. Of course, locomotive is part of that as well. Any more? Mobility. What else? Switch. Transfer. Yeah, we like transfer when it comes with Momo. What else? Locate. Yeah? Divert. Rearrange. Convey. Change over. Now we are going to go to crossover and fly over and jump over. Yeah, it was a shift from 2022 to 2023. Any more? Displace. Slip. Reposition. So you go from here. Reposition. What else? Upgrade. Shift. Downgrade. Navigate. Yes. So you see the concept. So this mind shift, it involves movement. Movement of the way you think. So if you're thinking in one, if you have a mindset, it's fixed. Because it's like concrete that you have set. So you want to move, you want to change, you want to think about things in a different way. So I'm really glad that this conference is called Mind Shift. Let's applaud the organizers for just coming up with this name. This is something I do when I'm doing my trainings. I always like to break words down. Because if you break words down, then you get to the heart of it. So it's mind, it's brain, it's sense, it's intellect, it's wisdom, thinking, and then you have the shift, change, divert, navigate, locomote. So we are trying to change our minds, change our thinkings. About what? My topic is how to turn your talent into a successful career. How many of you think you don't have a talent? Raise your hand. That's good news. Everybody has a talent. How many of you have not found your talent yet? Yeah. But we know that everybody has a talent. All you have to do is find it. All right? How many of you have found your talent? Hey, I thought you said you all have talents. So you should be able to know where it is. Okay, let's do the same exercise again. Other words for talent. You should find at least 20. Gift. Good. You see, gift is a really good word because it means it was, when you ask for something, it's no longer a gift. If anybody says, where's my New Year's gift? And you give him that or give her that, whatever, it's no longer a gift. A gift is something you don't ask for and it's given to you. So gift, ability, what else? Talent. Creativity. Ability. Talent. Skill. So skill is something that, a skill is not something that just arrives. You have to work on it. Okay, so talent also involves something that you can work on. Apart from something that can be given to you without you asking for it. What else? Talent. Shout to your voices. Yes. Faculty. Not of engineering or education. But the faculty is, yes, a skill, a talent. What else? Endowment. That's a good one. Endowment can also deal with money. So people die and they leave endowments to their former schools. So yeah, it's something precious. So a talent is something that is precious. What else? Potential. Potential. Which means there's an ability for you to increase it. So your talent, if you don't work on it, it will not grow. What else? Talent. Capability. Capability. Dexterity. Dexterity has to do with skill. So if you are skilled at something, it's a talent. What else? Attitude. Aptitude. Ability to do something. So what are the things that you are able to do? What are the things that you are skilled at doing? What are the things that you like to do? What are the things that were given to you by God himself and it comes to you naturally? Those are your talents. What else? Say it again. Artistry. Artistry. Some people are great at just convincing you of their arguments. That's a talent. You can use the talent of persuasion and convince it to become a great lawyer or a great negotiator or a great student leader. So it's a talent. It's not just music and singing and dancing and rapping. Anymore. Talent. Creativity. Yes. So creativity has an element of, so talent is linked to creativity. Anymore from the back. My secondary SHS students. Other word for talent. Say it again. Shout for me. Technique. Technique. It's a talent. What else? Craft. What else? Spell. Power. Power. Yes, Google is working. Yes, I like it. Yeah. So, yes. Potential. And the thing about talent is that if you don't work on it, how many of you knew people who were great at some particular skill when you were all young, but they never developed it? And it just ended there. One more. Talent. Specialty. Specialty. There are some people who are so gifted or so capable in a particular field that when you want help from in that area, you know that's the person you have to call. There are some people in school who are just like Excel gurus. If you needed to go and do your Excel issues, just point to that person and he will solve it for you or she will solve it for you. So talents there's so many angles to the word talent. It could be something that was given to you from birth. It could be something that you developed yourself. It could be something for which you have potential in it to become better. It could be something that is just you do easily. But how do you turn your talent into a career? As I have done and I have documented in my book. If you can spell the word talent, you remember these 6 steps that are part of developing your talent into a career. How do we spell talent, by the way? Is it up there? It's not there. Okay. Talent. Every letter stands for something. T stands for try new things. Try new things. Try new things. If you're not too sure of what your talent is, try new things. Don't be afraid of failure. I've done so many things in my life. I was once an actor. but it's not what is my career now. I once sold shito for my mom. It's not my career now. I've played music, piano in hotels in Accra. It's not my talent. It's my talent, but it didn't become a career. I tried so many. When I was in university, I volunteered, and Albert talked about volunteering. I volunteered on a radio station at University of Ghana, and that actually opened the door to what I do now. But if I hadn't taken that step to volunteer on the radio station at the University of Ghana some 30 years ago, when I was in my late teens, early 20s, I wouldn't be where I am right now. Okay? So you have to try new things. I've been for auditions. Some I passed when I was at Capital Radio in Kumasi. Some I failed. I actually auditioned at TV3 when TV3 came first. And they said, no, they don't want me. I wasn't good enough. So you want to try new things, and don't be afraid of failure. Okay? The way to deal with the fear of failure is not to tell too many people of what you are going to do. So that if the thing doesn't work out, only very few people will know that it didn't work out. And I like to tell people of what I have done after I have done it. So it's not like I'm on my way to do this, or I have plans to do this, or plans are far advanced. Our politicians talk like that. Plans are far advanced. We will do this. No. Try stuff. If it works, if it doesn't work, you can take it as a learning. So try new things. Try many things. Be willing to do new things. Because out of those many new things, you will find the one that is useful to people. And for you to turn your talent into a career, it has to be something that is useful to many other people. If you have a talent that is useful to you alone, well, there'll be no market, there'll be no demand for that talent, or that skill, or that aptitude, or that ability. All right? So T is for what? A is for adapt. Shift. Adapt. Be prepared to adapt, to change your way of doing things, to make time for whatever you want to develop. So whatever business that Albert talked about that you want to set up in this school, on campus, whatever venture you want to do, whatever, you've got to adapt your schedules to make time for what you want to do. Otherwise, it will not grow. Talent is also technique, and technique comes with practice. If you don't practice, you will not become perfect. If you want to be a great public speaker, you have to find time to practice. You have to accept all speaking engagements. That is my rule now. If somebody wants to invite me to come and speak, I go and speak. Because the more I speak, the better I become, even at this stage, where I have a daily breakfast show on GTV, I still find the time to speak. Because it gets better the more you do it. So adapt your schedules, adapt your life to accommodate your talent. Now, L, there's more in my book, so grab a copy before you leave. L in the word talent stands for learn from the best. Learn from the best. It's only in school that copying is not allowed. You go and copy somebody's assignment and they find out. Now they even have tools online that they can pass your assignment through, and they'll be looking for, Hamas one looks a bit like Rita's, and it looks like 10 people have the same responses. 10 people have the same responses. It's so in school, copying is not encouraged, but in the real world, collaboration is, ask anybody who works. You have to work with people. You have to find out who are the people who are doing the great stuff, and you mentor, you model your work on them. You want to find out those who are high flying, and you become somebody who follows them. When I wanted to be a great TV presenter, I remember, and this is, I think it's chapter 3 of my book, I used to follow a presenter called Dr. Fox. He was a British presenter, and I never even met him, but we used to listen to his radio show and then try and model the way we presented based on how he did his stuff. And even till today, every day I listen to presenters that are my role models. they are alive. Some of them are dead. Larry King, for example, if you ever watch CNN, Larry King was, for me, like one of the greatest presenters, greatest interviewers. And his strategy was, he never went into an interview knowing too much. He said if he knew too much, he would not be like his audience who doesn't know much. And so he would probably come into the studio, and I remember one particular interview, this was in the, I think, 90s, where the Gulf War was on, the first Gulf War. And Larry King had this U.S. general who came for an interview to update the audience about what was happening in Iraq. And Larry King had 3 rules in interviewing. He said, number 1, ask short questions. Number 2, listen carefully. Number 3, follow up. Those were his rules. So the guy comes, the general sits down, and then Larry King says, good morning, good evening, you're welcome to Larry King. And tonight we have General, let's say Kusi, General Kusi from the 101st Airborne Division, is currently based in Iraq. General, tonight, what happened? That's his first question. What happened? Then the general will talk, oh, we did this, we did that, we bombed, we sent, you talk, Larry will be listening. Then he said, and? Second question, short question, and? Then the general will talk, and then the next question, Larry, he wouldn't even say anything, he just raise his eyebrows. The general will talk. And he got great interviews from world leaders, entertainers, business people. So I try to use that in my interviews. If you ever go onto YouTube or to GTV Ghana's Facebook page and look for my interview. Yesterday I had a great interview with Yvonne Nelson. And it was just one, I got her to rap. On my show. It's never done it before anywhere else. But I was just curious, and I asked brief questions, allowed her to speak. And I learned from the great interviewers, Oprah, Larry King, David Ampofo in Ghana. Great interview. So my point is that find out who are the best people in your field and learn from them. Learn from them. You don't have to have their telephone number and be sending them WhatsApps. Some of them can even be dead. But they've written books, so you can read their books and you can learn from them. Okay, so L is for what? L is for learn from the best. We've got 3 more and I'll be done. So the 4th chapter is energize yourself. Motivate yourself. Energize has an element of shifting or movement. When there's no energy, the atmosphere is dead, or the person is dead. A dead person has no energy. No matter how you shout, how hard you shout at the person will not wake up. You've got to learn to know how to energize yourself, motivate yourself. A lot of people are waiting for others to motivate them. Don't be like those people. Can you imagine that Nelson Mandela was able to learn Afrikaans when he was in prison? And he was in prison for how many years? 27 years. 27 years. If you are 26 years old in this room, Mandela was in prison longer than you were alive. 27 years ago, 27 minus from 2023 is what? 1996? How many of you were born in 1996? How many of you were not born in 1996? Raise your hand. So between that time and now, that's how language. He spoke other languages, and he decided that he wanted to communicate with his warder, his prison guard. His prison guard spoke Afrikaans. So he taught himself Afrikaans and was able to use that language when he came out of prison and became president. Now, who motivated Mandela in his prison cell? And remember, he was in jail for long periods, solitary confinement. You and your walls and your hard mattress and your cold floor. I read of another prisoner who came out of prison, many years of prison, and then he became a professional concert pianist. He had no piano in his cell. He drew a picture of a keyboard on his floor, and then he played and imagined that he was hearing the sounds. I remember Charles Amour, the musician, Bogger High Life of the 80s and 90s. When he was in Germany, he didn't have money to buy a piano, but he wanted to learn how to play a piano because he knew it would be good for his musical career. This is what he did. On Fridays, he would go to a supermarket music store that sold keyboards and instruments, and he had an arrangement with the attendant. So at closing time, the attendant would secretly pass through the back and give Charles Amour the keyboard for him to go and use over the weekend and bring back Monday morning before the shop opened. So Chasawan said he would take this keyboard and then the whole weekend he would teach himself how to play. And then early morning before 8 o'clock, he would bring the keyboard back to the shop. Then he would wait for the next Friday. And then this is how he taught himself how to program. He motivated himself. Please, don't wait for anybody to motivate you. Don't wait for anybody to energize you. Energize yourself. Okay? Tell yourself, I can do it. If other people have done it before, I can also do it. Anything that anybody has done, you can also do with effort. With effort. So hard work is really important, all right? If you want to turn your talent into a career. So think about that. E is for what? Energize yourself, which just means motivate yourself, move. N in talent, the second N is for never give up. Never. Never give up. Of course, if you're doing something and it's not getting results, move, shift. Shift your mind and do something else. The definition of doing the same thing all the time and expecting a different result is what? Madness. It's madness. You're doing the same thing, but you're expecting a different result. It's madness. So when I'm saying persist, never give up, you must have a goal. Okay? You must have a goal. And then if you're going this way, it's not working out, pass another way. There are so many ways to get to Kumasi from here. I can decide to drive to Accra and then up that way. I can decide to go through Yamoransa. I'll still get to Accra. If I'm persisting that there's only one way to get to Kumasi and that road is blocked and I still keep going there, I will never get to Kumasi. All right? But have a goal and don't give up. The thing about having a goal is that it kind of focuses you. Yesterday, I knew that I had to meet my social media manager, Paul, in Dansoman at 7:30. And normally I wake up with an alarm. But because I put that goal in my mind, I woke up 6:45, did all my stuff, and by 7:30, I was waiting there for him. And at 7:30, he also got there. So always have a goal. Never give up. Your talent can become your career, but you have to do different things, try many things, adapt, learn from the best, energize yourself, never give up. And then the last T in talent is take things higher. So Mr. Kusi's business started from a 200 CD loan. 200 CD loan. And years after, here we are with a room full of young people who want to learn things. He's brought in speakers from all over, some from abroad, some from Accra, wherever, to be here. I've linked up with my very good friend. He's called Paul. I know him as Kruger. And we go way back. I'm so happy to see him here. Because Albert decided to take things higher. He planted a seed. And when you put a seed in the ground, what comes out? If you plant it and you water it, take care of it, what will come out from that seed? Would it be the same seed or something bigger? Something bigger. But you have to plant it. You have to do the work. So whatever talent you have, and talent is not just music and dancing and poetry and rap, as we've established. It could be a technique, it could be a skill, it could be an ability, an aptitude, something that you find easy to do, but for it to become a career, it must be something that a lot of people want to get value from. You have to focus yourself and make yourself useful to the wider community. And so, in brief, these are the steps that I took to become what I do right now. And basically, I found out that at the end, my talent was in communication, mass communication. So with that, I've been able to do different things. I MC events, done over 2,000 and counting. I do fundraisers. I'm a brand representative for Little Ghana. It's the newest ride sharing app. We'll be in Winneba soon. We're in Accra now, but we'll be in Winneba very soon. I teach public speaking. I teach MCing as well. And I sell books too. It's all from my talent that has now become. And before this, I used to be in a shipping company for 17 years. So you may develop your talent, you may find your talent early, but before it develops into a career, it may take some time. And I learned a lot while I was in the corporate world. So the journey may not be straightforward, but if you keep working on it, I was working on my talent in my spare time, weekends, evenings. For example, when I was in Kumasi working as a shipping representative, I used to go to the radio station at 7 o'clock, do from 7 to 8, then go to my work. Lunchtime, I'd come back to the radio station. Evenings, I'll come to the radio station. So you can find time, all right? Remember, God made the world in 6 days. So Saturday is actually a working day. And that's why I'm here. And that's why all our speakers are here. So don't discount the value of hard work and persistence, determination, the lack of fear of failure. Everybody fails. Everybody. But the thing is, you have to pick up and do what you have to do. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. I wish I could take questions, but my time is done. So thank you so much. There are ways to get in touch with me across social media. Just look for Kafui Day, Kafuidey. I'm everywhere, even on TikTok. So we can chat there. And my business number is 0557 200 707. 0557 200 707. Yesterday, somebody sent me a message, and I can link you to, say, career counselor. Somebody sent me a message saying that he has a master's degree in public relations. He's looking for a job. He's not been able to get one in a long time. He feels depressed and doesn't know what to do. And I linked him up to one of my friends, Emma Date, who is a career coach. And so if you need career coaching, please hit me on that number, 0557 200 707. I'll link you to a professional career coach, and she'll give you advice. And we don't charge you a dime for that. It's our way of giving back to all of you. So thank you so much. Hope you've enjoyed the presentation, and God bless. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You've been wonderful. And I'm happy that we have a sign language interpreter here for those who are who need to get that service. It's great that Albert has done that. Thank you so much. Yes, I know how to say thank you at least. Thank you. That's thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. So shout outs to him as well. Thanks. All right, Albert.
I would just like to pick 2 questions for Kafui Day. Anyone who have any question, just step forward quickly as we pick the next presentation. From Paul Sima. Any question for Kafui Day?
The fear of asking questions is a real fear of Ghana. You are bringing multiple talents. It's a common question. Yeah. So Priscilla, multiple talents. Where are the multi-talented people in the house? Raise your hands if you are multi-talented. You're here.
Yeah, hello.
You want to ask? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Samuel.
Samuel, hi.
So I want to ask if you should come from a family where.
Samuel.
I'm saying, if you come from a family where your dad thinks he knows too much and
they usually know a lot.
Yeah.
Daddies are like that.
Yeah. Like he wants you to do something which you don't fit with your talent. Maybe your family is full of business educators and he wants you to read business, but within you are great at doing artists and other things, and he wants to force it down to you that you should settle with this one. How do you tend to face him?
Okay. Thank you so much. Who would like to answer Priscilla's question for her? Multiple talents. It could be any of my speakers as well. What do you do if you have multiple talents? Anybody want to volunteer a response? You want to volunteer a response? Okay. So you're going to help Priscilla, you have a consultant here. So, how do you deal with multiple talents? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is John Justice Pego from the School of Communication and Media Studies, University of Education. If you have a multiple talent, I believe you go for the one you are best at doing. Thank you.
Best at doing, and I should add also the one that will have the greatest impact. Now, quickly to Samuel's question, I have 2 minutes. So, my best man when I was getting married, it's called Nilante. His father was a doctor, and he wanted Nilante to be a doctor. Forced him to be a doctor. Nilante became a doctor, but on the side too, Nilante was doing his music. So right now he has 2 careers. He's a doctor / musician. All right. If you want to check him out online. KNII Nilante LANTE. So do what your father is paying the school fees. So hey, and he has learned things in medicine that are helping him as a musician. And he is the only doctor / musician I know in Ghana. And so that's also become part of his brand. All right. So do what they want, but don't neglect what you also want to do. And that way all sides will be happy. It requires discipline and long-term thinking, but it has been done before. And anything somebody has done before can be done by you. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate Kafri Day. Kafri Day, please don't go. Don't go. Please stand here. I would like us to use this time to acknowledge all our speakers. Some of them are doing multiple events in a day. So we want to have a photograph of them. Let's appreciate Mr. Paul from SIMA. Please, let's appreciate him. Please join Kafri Day on stage. Photographs. Please, let's get ready for photographs. We have our keynote guest speaker coming all the way from the USA, Dr. Megan. Please appreciate Dr. Megan from the USA. She came in last night. Please come upstage. Michael, please help her upstage. We have Mrs. Janet Sanka Mills. Let's appreciate her as she takes. Oh, come on, let's give it up there, ladies. This is one of the first time we are bringing female speakers. Oh, come on, let's appreciate them as they take. Simon from Binance, please join them on stage. Michael, please join them. And let's do the group photographs. Thank you. Faith capsule. Oh, let's give that for them one more time. Can we have the presentation of Paul?
Thank you very much, Albert. Good morning, ladies. Okay. Good morning, ladies, and good morning, gentlemen. And I'm happy to be here. My name is Paul Aninakwa. I work for SIMA, and I'm country director for SIMA Ghana, Benin, Cameroon, and Sierra Leone. So that's what I do for a living. I do other things on the side. But today, what I'm going to talk about is in 2 parts. Because I've seen all the speakers here, great speakers. And madam, my staff in Kumasi asked me that please, when you meet her in Winneba, tell her we are waiting for her in Kumasi. I said, I don't know whether she will be in Kumasi, but I have relayed the message. And like Kafui said, we go way back. He calls me Kruger, and I call him Raskaf. Yes, he's a Rasta man. And he goes way back, played music. Ask him about Rocky Dawuni and those days in the University of Ghana. They were playing together. Great guys. But I'm going to talk to you about, and I'm going to tell you, the first part is a story, and the second part will be about SIMA. That's what I do for a living. Now, look at it. Okay, it's already up there. Humpty Dumpty. You all went to the creche, primary school. You all remember Humpty Dumpty? And what do you remember about him? Had a what? Had a great fall. Good. So when I was looking for a title for my program, I just thought, okay, Humpty Dumpty may cut it for me. So I said, let me choose Humpty Dumpty. Something that all of you will remember, because it will remind you of the things you did as kids. We are saying that Humpty Dumpty had what? a great fall. And when Kafi was speaking, he was very close to the edge, and I thought he was going to fall, but he didn't. Now, what I'm going to talk to you about is I'm going to use my personal experience to explain what I mean by recovering from a fall. And I think somebody said daddies think they know too much, and they tell you do ABC. In fact, it's not only daddies who tell you what to do. Society also tries to push you in a certain direction. As a kid, if you like, you are slow, quiet, they tell you, wait a bit, made this awful. If you are gra, which profession? Soldier, correct. I was unfortunately or fortunately gra that time. Now I am very calm. And I grew up in the barracks. And you know, I come from a village called Achime. It's a small village close to Achiase. So it's close to the jungle training school. So you have a lot of military men. So, you know, what you see drives your ambition. So we see a lot of soldiers every day. So I decided that, okay, my parents, uncles, everybody, even the women, became soldiers. So after university, I entered the military academy. In fact, my father took me to South Africa. I was going to do my master's at Wits University. One day I told him, Daddy, I'm going back to Accra to join the military. When I came back, people thought, but I came. So I put this picture here. This was sometime in 1995, and that was me. This is what we call the steeplechase. You run for 12 kilometers of obstacles crossing. And when you get to this part, this is almost at the end of the thing. Soldiers can be tough. When you have done 12 kilometers and you are hanging upside down, they tell you, stay there, let's take a picture. And then you are forced to smile. So I was smiling, look at my face. That is soldier smile. But they are testing you, endurance. Why soldiers are what? Tough. So I'm going to tell you about how this career ended. I left South Africa, came down to Ghana to become a soldier because I was gra. Now, after all of this, to commissioning, I had issues, was put in a pins goer and dropped off in Medina, dismissed. Now, in Legon, I was in the Sabah militia. So people knew me. I was quite popular. In Medina, I was quite popular. Everybody thought this guy could be a soldier. Now, suddenly, I had been dropped off in Medina back to civil life. Now, the story I'm going to talk to you about is how do you recover from such a big fall? And that's why I use Humpty Dumpty. Because you can get to a certain point, but if you don't know how to recover from failure, and know failure is inevitable in some cases, you should know how to recover. It is very important. So that is what we are going to be talking about today in the next 10 minutes. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk to you about 5 ways of dealing with failure, if it happens. Most people, you will encounter it. Some people, you may not. The first one I will tell you about is embrace failure. Embrace it. Because it will happen to some people. Some people are lucky and they may go through without any failures. But some people will go through failures. And if you go through failure, embrace it. It is part of our life. There are only roadblocks in your way. It is not supposed to stop you. It strengthens you to become a better person. Okay? So don't be afraid of failure. So we'll talk about the second point, reframe failure. You need to identify the root cause of your failure so that you don't make the same mistakes. Develop a growth mindset, and finally, you take action. Next slide, please. So I said, embrace failure. Failure is a normal and essential part of the learning process, and I encourage you to embrace it. But first, accept responsibility for your failure. When I left the Ghana Military Academy in 1996, I kept blaming everybody else, everybody apart from myself. Why? So instead of taking the blame for what got me out, I started blaming my commander, blaming my mates, whatever. That is not the solution to the problem. Okay? So embrace it, accept responsibility, and learn from it. Now the third point I want to tell you, bitterness does not help. And don't try to seek revenge. Look, I'm telling you, at some point, after about 5 years, I had intentions of going back to the military. I went in as a degree holder. I wanted to go as other rank, get access to rifle, and deal with some people in the military. That was how bitter I was after a few years. But because of that bitterness and the attempt to seek revenge, I was not progressing. At some point, I told myself, look, let go of all of this bitterness. And when I decided to let go, I realized that I could now focus on my career ahead of me. And I moved on. So don't let bitterness hold you down. Okay? Anyway, they say vengeance is mine, says what? The Lord. Overcome the pain of disappointment. Look, my parents were so disappointed. My friends, my family members were disappointed. But I was the one in the center of the thing. I felt hurt. My people felt hurt because they were imagining me with my pips on my shoulder coming to Medina back, Lieutenant Kruger, Captain Kruger, and all. And as we speak today, some of my mates are generals. The lowest rank is a colonel now. And I still meet them, okay? So people were disappointed, but you need to go beyond the disappointment and move on with your life. Okay, next slide, please. So I said, reframe the failure. It's a choice you have to make. Will you want to call it failure or you want to take it as a launching pad? I said military academy was a positive launching pad for me. I learned one thing, discipline. And you all know how disciplined military men are. At least if I didn't take anything away, in my current life, I am very disciplined, and I know that. And it's a good trait. That's how come I wake up every day, leave my house at 5:15, and get to my office at 6 a.m. every day. And I've been doing this for years. Because in military academy, you can't even sleep. And I've taken that thing. Gives you confidence. I'm not sure I lack confidence, because military academy gave me extra. Okay, that's good. Teamwork, and Kafu said the same thing. Teamwork. If you see soldiers on the ground marching and you are clapping, you can be sure that they've done a lot of teamwork and they've done a lot of rehearsals. We are going to have 6 March next month, a parade. By now they are rehearsing. Morning, evening, morning, evening, morning, evening. In your current life, whatever you are going to do, please rehearse. And I'm sure all the speakers who have come here have done plenty rehearsals. They come and stand here for only 20 minutes, but you can imagine the rehearsals they've done in their rooms, looking at the mirror and everything. These are key things. So I said that military academy was a positive launching pad for me. It wasn't a failure. I went in there for free and picked up skills and came back. Now, identify the root cause. My GMA experience. I told you I was gra from Legon. I got in there, has strict rules for everybody. I think that when I got there, I didn't appreciate the system well, and I was doing things in my own way. So you don't ask questions. It's yes or no, yes or no. Then they'll ask you a question. Do you understand? You say no, sir. Yes, sir. Do you have any question? Yes, sir. Shut up. They don't want you to ask any question, but they'll ask you any question. So you get noticed if you try to challenge the system. I didn't appreciate the system very well. Got into a lot of problems. I got risk. Military, if you take a lot of risk, you kill your troops. And they don't like it that way. So these are things that I didn't pick up at the time. But looking back, these are mistakes that I made that I will not make again in my current life. And that's what I want you to take note of. That even if you fail, identify what caused the failure and don't repeat those same mistakes. Next. Develop a growth mindset. I'm saying make maximum utilization of the resources that you have. The daily life of a military cadet. You wake up at 4 a.m., you go to Teshi, running to Teshi, back, you come, eat breakfast, go for lunch. After lunch, 2 p.m., you are going back to Teshi, running all over the place. You come back. So the day ends at 23:59. That's almost 12 midnight. Then after 12 midnight, that's the time you can shine your boots, iron your uniform, everything. So you have barely 2 hours to sleep. At the same time, you are supposed to write exams. At the same time, you are on cadet ration. They are not feeding you well. But the little time you get, even if it's 5 minutes, I'm saying to you, use it. And let me show you how I used it. When I came out of the, I decided to take a professional qualification. And that's why maybe I'm here today. At the same, I was leaving home and getting to the office at 6 a.m. every day. Between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m., I was doing my private studies. Then after working hours, instead of staying in traffic, I'll use the 2 hours to study and still go around and sit with the boys and chill. But I was making good use of the little time I had. Because as a cadet, even though I was tired, I could learn. Then this time I was a civilian. It was easy. So those are some of the things that I took from that place. Resilience. Look, soldier will push you, and they push you deliberately. If you go to the workplace, some of your employers will push you. They are testing you. Be resilient. But at the same time, have the agility so that when the punches are coming, you should find ways of maneuvering your way around. Okay? So because you are tough, every punch you want to take it, you will die. Last point, apply your knowledge positively. You have all the great speakers here today. They are going to talk to you about things that will enhance your career. Please don't leave here the same way you came in. You will face challenges. There will be opportunities. Apply whatever you are picking here today, and it will serve you well. When I came out of the military, at the time there was a newspaper called High Street Journal. All I saw was that this guy has been appointed CEO, CFO, and all of them had MBAs. They had NCCA, CIMA. I said, what? Okay, so if I want to leapfrog, that's what I have to do. I told my colleague, Charlie, all the people have these same things. So I said, let me go and register. And mind you, I studied sociology in the university, sociology and political science. At the Sadal College at the time, we didn't do any business. But out of kind of whatever, I said, let me go and do accounting. So my first time of doing accounting was after I had been dismissed from Ghana Military Academy. But I went in there and said, I will do it. And fortunately, I was able to go through, became a chartered accountant, and took some other things. So I didn't just look at the paper and see the qualifications. I said, I will take action, work on it, and move. So I'm going to end here, and I'm going to ask you, like Humpty Dumpty, when you fall, are you going to stay down? Are you going to stay down there? What will you do? You rise and move on. Thank you very much for your time.
You can do better. You can do better. Please, can you clap for Mr. Paul Better? Thank you so much, sir. Okay, our speakers still have few minutes, and we'll be taking the next speaker. Thank you.
So, Albert asked me to combine my talk. So I'm just doing the last bit of it on CIMA, why you should become a chartered management accountant as a professional. And I told you, I studied sociology and what? Political science. So management accounting is not reserved for those who did business in school. You can come from, we have medical doctors who have come to do CIMA. Okay, so this one I'll be very quick. Let's go. CIMA is the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. It's a truly global qualification. We have almost 700,000 members across the globe. And you find us in over almost 200 countries. Okay, so it's a truly global qualification. Wherever you go, you will find us. Okay. Now, what I'm going to talk to you about today is what we call the CIMA FLP, Finance Leadership Program. Now, because of digital skills that people have developed, CIMA has tried to move away from the traditional way of teaching and learning. You know, the traditional way of teaching and learning is you go and meet a lecturer in the classroom, you buy textbooks, they teach you, you write exam, pen and paper. But times have moved on. So CIMA has introduced, and we're the first to introduce this one. All our CIMA exams are now computer-based on the system. So instead of you going to write the exam in the classroom, in the exam center, you can write your exam as you sit here, on your phone. As you sit in the trotro going to Accra, you can be writing your CIMA exam. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about in the next 5 minutes. And we call it the CIMA Finance Leadership Program. Okay, go. So I picked some data, and the reason why I picked this data is that look at all of you sitting here. Last year, 127,000, almost 128,000 people were moved from the university into the National Service Scheme. Ask yourself, how many jobs are, are around for to occupy these people when they come out of the university. And every year the numbers are increasing. With the free SHS people coming, I'm sure very soon we will have 200,000 coming out every year. Who is going to employ you? All I'm saying to you is that your first degree may not be enough to get you a job moving forward. So I will encourage you, whichever professional qualification you want to take on. It could be marketing, it could be HR, it could be anything. But of course, I recommend CIMA. It will add value to you so that when you leave here and you go for the interview, you are not just going with your first degree, first class, but the employer will see that this guy has added value to himself or herself. Okay? Next slide, please. Now, this guy, and this is the same stage I'm standing on now. Some of you might know him. Richmond Eduardo. He was the best graduating student in 2021. Some of you know him, right? And CIMA gave him a scholarship. So I'm the one standing there, giving him the scholarship. I can say to you now, he has passed the first exam and he has only one paper to become a chartered management accountant. And it's because of the quality that he also got from here. Okay? Because he was good and we gave him the opportunity, and now he has one paper. He'll be writing it in February, I think it's 3rd week of February. Once he's done, he's a chartered management accountant. To add to that, Deloitte has employed him. He did his national service here, and Deloitte employed him. I'm sure some of his mates are home because they decided to do only first degree. So the point I'm driving at is that, please, if you find yourself here, add something to your first degree. The first degree may not be enough to get you something when you move out. Please, let's go. So let's go quickly. So this is the CIMA qualification itself, and we have it in 3 levels. CIMA, well, we say competencies. So what we are saying to you is that when you become a CIMA member or a student, you are competent in A, in B, or C. We are not just teaching you things just for teaching you. We want you to be competent. So you see digital finance, management accounting, financial reporting, and tax. Right up to the top, where we have things like digital strategy. Can you imagine a company today without a digital strategy? Have you all heard about Chat GPT? Who has heard about it? Chat GPT. You all know what that thing is doing now. If you haven't heard about it, please go and check it out. CIMA knew it was coming, and we have prepared our students and members for that day. Okay, so this is the CIMA qualification. We have 4 papers at each level. So we have digital finance as one paper, management accounting as one paper, financial reporting and tax as one paper. Then we have a case study. So after every level, you do a case study, which is like a practical exam, trying to mimic what happens at the workplace, not what is this, what is that. We don't do that anymore. What CIMA has done is that we have now converted those 3 papers, digital finance, management accounting, financial reporting, into continuous learning and assessment. So if you sign up with us, we put the system on your laptop or on your phone, wherever. And you can study, and as you study, the system examines you. You don't have to go to the exam center to write your exam. You study, you write your exam on your phone or on your laptop at your own time. But when you finish, then you go to the exam center to take a case study like the traditional system. So you have 12 papers here. Under this system, you will go to the exam center how many times? Only 3. Because at each level, you write the case study. The 9 papers, you do them as continuous learning and assessment. Please go, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, let's go. Let's go. Skip this one. Okay, so how do we assess you in the FLP? It's very simple. You complete the end of level case study exam. The objective tests that we had in the past have been replaced by what? Knowledge check. So you learn on the computer and the system will test you. If you don't know it, it will tell you, go and read it again. Then you have end of topic assessments on the system. You have to pass. Then we give you business simulation, which are mini case studies. Okay. Good. Please go. How do we, next slide. So let's talk about our case study exams. They are written 4 times a year, and each case study is a 3-hour paper. You have to take the case study in the exam room. we give you something called the pre-scene material 6 weeks ahead of time. Do your analysis, do everything. Then when you go into the room, you are a consultant. They will throw a challenge to you, and you are supposed to make recommendations, which will get the company out of the problem. So these are very practical examinations, and similar to what you meet when you go into the workplace. Because we are preparing you for what? The workplace, or to work as consultants, or whatever you want to do. Okay, let's go. How long will it take you to finish this exam? I just told you Richmond is almost done in less than a year. So if you start, you can finish this course. Today we are in February. Next year by this time, you can call yourself a chartered management accountant if you want to. Okay, go. No, okay, go. Let's go to the next. My time is up. Okay, go to the next. Okay, what I will encourage you to do is that we have exemptions for students depending on what you are studying. Please take this website, enroll.cgma.org. Put in your qualification. Say I am BSc accounting or BBA accounting, UEW or University of Ghana, whichever. And the system will determine your starting point. You don't have to call me to determine it. It will determine your starting point. So put in enroll.cgma.org, put in your qualification, then I expect that it will exempt you from 2 levels. So you have only 2 levels to go. And you can finish the qualification in what? 2 sittings. Next slide. Now, money. And you can see the sign. Which currency is that? What is that? It's not euro, it's pounds. It's pounds. It doesn't come cheap. Okay? But the rewards are great. Just ask yourself how much a chartered management accountant earns in a month. Compare that with how much you have to pay if you can finish the course in 1 year. And accountants would say returns on what? Investments. So if I put in 4,000 to this course, and in a month I can earn 10,000. That's good business, right? No haircut here. You get plenty money. But we have 2 packages. We have the basic plan and we have the university disruption plan. For this university, what we are offering you is that if you pay £235, we give you the package that somebody who is not a student will have to pay £2,400 for. If you are not a student and you call my office and you want to register, for 1 year, you will pay £2,400. And workers are looking for the money and they are paying. University students, we are giving that same offer to you here at £235. So when you have discussions with daddy or mommy, say to daddy, I know 4,000 times are hard, but 4,000 cedis, in fact, it's about 3,500. Daddy, trust me, invest 3,500 cedis in me. And in 1 year, your daughter, your son, I will become a chartered management accountant. And I can pay you off within 6 months. I hope you believe it. So that's the offer I'm making to you. If you are interested in becoming a chartered management accountant in 1 year, I'll offer it to you at, oh, no, it's gone. Okay, but you still have the offer anyway. I'll offer it to you at £235. That's about 3,500 cedis. So that is the package that I want to leave with you. I will end here. If you want to talk to us, please let them see my email. Okay, so that good. So my email is there. You can take a photo if you want. You can follow me on LinkedIn. I'm very active there. I don't do a lot of TikTok. I don't know how it works, but I'm active on LinkedIn. And you can, my phone number is there. You can WhatsApp me. You can call me anytime. So that by next year, this time, I'll be talking about you and saying to the world that I met this guy February 2023 and February 24. He is a chartered management accountant. Thank you very much for your time.
Can you give it up for Mr. Paul? You can do better. You can do better, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. So, on your journey to success, you're going to encounter failure opportunities. And Mr. Paul has just taught us today that you need to see failure as part of success. So when you fail, don't remain there. rise up again, smile, and pick up your dreams and start walking again. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to acknowledge the founder and CEO of Reset Global. As Mr. Paul was on stage, the CEO stepped in. So, can you give it to Mr. Kwame and crew? So, we celebrate you. So, at this point, we are going to be bringing on stage a phenomenal woman. In the world where men are dominating, we have women who are creating impact and who are doing great stuff as well. And today, we're going to be having one of them speak to us. She's going to be talking, and you have to listen and you jot down. So, ladies and gentlemen, who am I going to be bringing on stage at this moment? Her name is Miss Janet Sunkwa, and she is an FMCG market analyst. She's a marketing strategist and private equity investment in Africa consultant. She is also a member of the executive committee of the Executive Women Network, EWN. So, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is currently the CEO and founder of AfriBees Group Limited. So, we have female CEOs as well. That is the profile of the amazing, gorgeous, beautiful, wonderful woman we're going to be having today. So, without further ado, I want you, with a round of applause, bring on stage this amazing icon in the hall. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Keep giving up. Keep giving up for her until she come on stage. Madam, we are honored to have you.
Hello. Oh, come on. Hello. I had to wake up at 5:30 to be here, so I'm most excited to be here. And what you don't know, you believe that you are lucky to have me. But the paradigm shift is that I'm happy to be here because I'm doing what I enjoy most. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me. And I'll humbly, with humility, share some of my experiences. It's not a prescription, by far not a prescription. I do hope that I'm able to inspire you and motivate you to be the greatest manifestation of who God created you to be. Amen. I like that. So, my name is Janet Sunkwa Mills. I heard somebody say Sankwa, Sunga is Sunkwa Mills. I'm the only daughter among 5 siblings, so the rest are boys. So you can imagine growing up, I grew up as a tomboy. I've been married for over 30 years. I've known my husband close to 40 years. We have 2 boys. One of them is Brian, and the other is Kevin. So Brian, well, first, before I introduce them, I want you to shift your mind right now. I called and asked, what do you expect me to do when I come today? Because by profession, I'm a marketer. And you know, marketers, we provide solutions, right, to people's needs. So I have to understand your needs before I can talk to you in a way that adds value. So I was told to talk about mind shifts, which by definition, there should be a certain shift in your cognitive behavior, right? This is what I'm supposed to talk about. But today I'm going to talk about shifting your cognitive behavior as well as shifting your emotional behavior. Because inherently we are more than our titles. True or false? True or false? Some of us have social titles. You know, when we were growing up in school, we had nicknames. Do you want to know mine? So I was called, don't call me that after this, right? I was called woodpecker. Yeah? What, okay, what, from space, right? What was yours when you were in school? Kruger. Charlie. Who else? The ladies, come on, I'm standing here for you. What was yours? What's that? Titus. Bra. Come here. Come and tell me. I can't hear. Yeah. Oh, Lord, I love your trousers. You didn't come to play.
Zygote.
Zygote.
Yes.
Zygote. And you're easy. Who else will share theirs? What was yours? You didn't have one. Miggy. You know why they called me Woodpecker? Because there was a song called Woodpecker from Space, and I could sing that song. But you know what? That's not what defines me at all. What defines me is I love to interact with humans, and I love the impact I'm able to make on humans. I love gardening. By talent, Kafui talked about talent. I speak many languages, so I love communication. Marketing consultant is just what I do economically. But who I am truly is what I want to challenge you to think deep, not here. When you go back home, ask yourself, who are you? Once you have identified who you are, then you'll be able to impact your space positively and in a way that gives you happiness. So I was talking about my sons, Brian. Brian was like most of you, where he was focused on knowing and understanding who he was. He's intrigued by little things. When he was growing up, we could buy him a puzzle of 1,500 pieces. How many of you are good with puzzles? Nobody? We could buy him a puzzle of 1,500 pieces. The part that has to do with the sea, is a blue ocean. You cannot tell the difference. This guy will solve this puzzle in no less than 5 days. And you couldn't touch any of his puzzle pieces. The same way he was intrigued by Legos. He could build countless models with Legos, but he didn't know what he wanted to do as a profession. So we struggled. And finally, at the age of, Brian is 26 now, at the age of 21, then he began to figure out what he wanted to be. So if you haven't figured out your professional career, you're not alone. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Today he's in University of Ghana Medical School, and he wants to become a doctor. We're still trying to figure out what type of doctor. It's a journey. Enjoy the process. The second one, on the other hand, knew exactly what he wanted to be. They all grew up in the same household, mind you. He knew what he wanted to be. So he was the type, if you bought a new electrical equipment, he will fix it without looking at what the manual was saying. He's graduated with distinction. He's now into IT and working. He is now discovering who he is by courtesy of a girlfriend that he has found. Yes. I would not tell you the backstory of that girlfriend because it's an interesting one. So what I might challenge you to do is a mind shift. But shift your mind, at the same time, try to shift your heart and your emotions. Now, let's go to the reason why I have been brought here. All right, so talking about shift, inherently, the word shift means what? There is a movement, isn't it? I shift from here to here. Now, it could be an adaptation. It could be what? An evolution. It could be what? A complete paradigm, 360-degree shift. That is also a shift. So I'm going to talk to you about and share my journey and how intentional I have been. I want you to take note of the word intentional. Because to most of us, change and shift happens to us. We don't drive it. When you allow things to happen to you, you begin to tell yourself you are a victim, isn't it? How many of us think that we are victims? But we are in charge of who we are. Do not blame anybody. You are in charge of you. Having said that, so my message to you today is to be intentional about transformation. Being intentional means you understand why you're doing what you do. You understand the meaning behind what you do. And you understand the purpose of what you do. Most of the time, we define our purpose by ourselves, right? What it does for us, which is okay. We are humans after all, aren't we? But this purpose becomes meaningful when it's able to create impact for the social good, impact around you. So I'm going to share 3 areas. I'm going to look at how I have gone through life with a can-do spirit. I'll share with you a few funny examples, but they are real. I'm going to tell you how I have transformed my education into my career. And I'm going to talk to you about role modeling. So let's take the first one. A can-do mindset and a can-do emotional set. So please, hello. C'est bon. What was the problem with the other one? Monsieur, c'est quoi le problème avec l'autre micro? I tell you I speak many languages, right? I speak Russian too. So I grew up in a household where we were educated to do everything by ourselves. Everything. How many of you have heard of silver spoon? All of you have heard. I want to see all the hands up. I will not call you here, don't worry. You've heard about somebody who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouth, right? What does that mean? It means the person came from a privileged background. Is that not it? There is money, there are cars and stuff like that. But I turned to look at silver spoon in a different way. My silver spoons have been those who have helped me along the way. My grandmother was one of them. She was my silver spoon. She was a woman who did everything to make sure her household was well fed and her grandchildren went to school. So from her, I had a silver spoon of hard work. My mother was one of them. She taught me to be very resilient and very determined. Next to you, you probably don't know, but your teacher is your silver spoon. You probably don't know, but probably your friend is your silver spoon. Don't think of silver spoon as wealth and privileges. Otherwise, you close your mind to the endless and limitless possibilities of who God has created you to be. Believe in yourself. Capiche? Capiche? Thank you. All right. So I went to the University of Ghana. Guess what for my first degree? English, literature, and in your wildest dream, Russian. The Russian language at the time. No, it was by default. I wasn't any smart or intelligent, thinking that, hey, I'm going to study Russian and go to Moscow. No. It was by default, but I embraced it. But what that taught me was risk-taking, courage, determination, and boldness. Because I came back having exposure. I came back having seen snow for the first time. I came back learning how to take risks. And then I ended up with the first class after my graduation. My MBA was in marketing. Now, Paul was talking about Simon. I'm not going to sell marketing here. But my MBA was in marketing. And the first thing my lecturer said was, so you think because you got first class, you can come and do MBA. Because MBA was for the sharp brains then in the University of Ghana. And there was a subject called what? Quanti. How many of you know Quanti? The mathematics. I hear people laughing. It's not for the faint-hearted, is it? Oh, literature, English, and what? Russian. What am I going to do with Quanti? I think in O-levels or A-level, no, O-levels maths, I had like what? Something. I don't even remember. But what am I telling you? So my lecturer called me, blessed memory. He said, if you are able to pass your Quanti, and he promised me something. So I went back, consulted a friend of mine who was doing medical at the time. Said, John, don't worry, don't mind that guy. It's going to happen. I studied it and I got A for Quanti. The man didn't believe it, called for a remark, and it was A+. What am I telling you? There is no limit to your capabilities. You can do it. I got my first job before I wrote my final exams in MBA. Then we had a friend who introduced me to Nestle. When I got to the job interview, I sat at the reception, and there were some magazines, Nestle magazines, so I just read it. And there was Nestle policy about breastfeeding, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I just put it in my head. When I went to the interview, the last killer question, which determined whether you were employed or not, was, what is Nestle's policy on breastfeeding? Because then the WHO was on the head of Nestle. You know, infant formula and all the stories that go, and I answered it because I just read it. What am I telling you? Be curious in life. Curiosity is a very, very important trait to have. The last thing the lady told me, she's still my mentor, she said, do you know how to drive? I said, no. Then she said, go and learn how to drive. Kafui talked about learning is very, very important because that's how you bridge. It's the only way you bridge the gap. The problem, though, is when we are exposed to so much information, because in this day and age, we are exposed to so much, right? On the internet, those who are on the Instagrams, on the LinkedIns, your friends, your peers, your families, people like us coming to tell you what we believe can help you. You're exposed to so much. But most of the time, you have to figure out how to decipher between the junk and the truth. And you're constantly conflicted in your mind because what your intuition tells you is right is conflicted by what your family thinks, what your friends think, what your social circle thinks, how they expect you to behave. So you're conflicted. Should I go to Elimina or to Cape Coast? Amatedu. Do you know that book? Is it true? Shall I go to Elmina? You get to the crossroad, or shall I go to Cape Coast? And we are conflicted by that. When you are conflicted, seek out help. The other thing I found out in my hosting of Today's Woman and Ghana's Most Beautiful as a judge is people are afraid to ask questions. They are not confident enough. They are not bold enough to ask questions. Guess what? When you ask questions, it broadens your options. It gives you clarity as to, am I doing the right thing or not? Right? So please, if you're here today, if there's nothing you've learned from all this long speech is, please be bold and confident to ask questions. Because that's the only way you can get clarity in whatever you want to do in life. Let's see, have I missed anything? I haven't missed much. Okay. Now, I talked about a can-do spirit. How do you do that? develop yourself. Develop yourself. In my bio, they read, I belong to Executive Women Network. These are close to 200 women in top management positions in Ghana, on board chairs, etc., CEOs, etc. Last 2 weeks, we were in Tamale with Prof. Kaufman. And one of the things we preach, even at our age and at our level and pinnacle of so-called success, is you have to self-develop. Most of the time, you're not doing that. You're waiting for your teachers to come and teach you. I'm here to tell you it is not enough. There's so much information out there, and you can learn. Please, it is no excuse. Mediocrity is not acceptable. I was a TA, so in the University of Ghana, if you came to me with mediocrity, it was never acceptable. And your teachers will never accept that. When you start working, it will not be accepted. Kapi has already talked about fear. Paul has talked about fear, so I will not. But I will talk about being adept in communication. How many of you are Christians here? Okay. Do you believe in the Genesis, the first book of the Bible? And God said, how did God create the world? Huh? Let there be, and there was. Thank you. He said it with words, the power of the spoken word. Most of you, I can't speak in public. Auntie Jamie, I'm shy. Hey. Auntie Jamie, I don't know how to speak in public. My friends will laugh at me. Hey. That is not a winning attitude. You must learn how to communicate, and you must be adept at that. I am lucky. Kapi talked about talents. I have the talent of language and of speech. I can speak so many languages. My husband has tried. He still can't speak the French. So I try to bully him every now and then. But you have to be adept at communication. And by doing that, please listen to your intuition. What is your intuition? Somebody says the still small voice that speaks to you, usually in the morning, but we don't listen to it, right? We never listen to it. As I've grown up, I'm learning to be guided by my intuition more. It is my inner angel. In fact, God put it in us to guide us. It is your inner angel. What did I say? Your intuition is your what? It's your inner angel. Listen to it. Usually, they talk to you very early in the morning when you wake up and you're silent by yourself and you reflect on yourself. You will hear that still small voice. Connect your education to your career. That's a good one. Because first degree, I didn't know a hoot. What was I going to do with that Russian? In fact, my mom was asking me, what are you going to do with Russian? I said, I don't know. And Prof. Kaufman was telling the girls in Tamale last week, usually your first degree teaches you how to learn. It's not the one that launches you in your career. So if you're here and you don't know what to do with your first degree, please don't be worried. It's normal. I'm here to reassure you that it is normal. Usually it's your second degree that guides you and directs your steps into your profession. And how do you connect it? When what you learn in school coincides with who you are. You remember I talked about who you are and what your plan is. And when you enjoy this, pay for it, that becomes your profession. Hello? Do you capish? What did I say your true profession is? I'll repeat. Then I'll mark. When what you learn coincides with your passion, Kapi talked about talent, coincides with your talent that you enjoy doing. And that talent is something that people are ready to pay money for. That is your true profession. Most of us go working because we have to pay the bills, right? We don't enjoy what we are doing. So when the 19s come, on the haircuts come, Charlie, it's not easy. We quickly try to run away, right? So please, learn who you are first. Let me give you an example. My major pivot happened in my life in Nestle. Do you understand the word pivot? Like turn around, yeah? Pivot. Happened in Nestle. One of our big guys came from Switzerland and said, what do you do in Nestle? I said, I'm a brand manager. Is that not what we do? We are defined by our titles, isn't it? Subconsciously or not. And your value in life is determined by your social title, your professional title. We're defined by our titles. Like Abu Ziggy, like Shah Brain, like a doctor, a lawyer. Is that not it? So I quickly told the guy with confidence, I am a brand manager. You're a brand manager. What do you do here? What does that mean? I saw Maggie. Hey, is that what you do in Nestle? Confidently, I said yes, because that is what is on the paper, my job description. He challenged me and challenged me, and finally, do you know what came out? Are you curious? Okay. So my job in Nestle was to help women provide nutritious meals for their families. And I was selling Maggie. But you don't eat Maggie, do you? You cook with it, isn't it? But what kind of food do you cook? Is where the solution is. So then, it set me thinking, and I came up with one of the greatest marketing platforms in Nestle. It's in use today, and it's in use across country. An educational platform in collaboration with home economists. So teaching women how to cook nutritious meals for their families. Of course, once you cook that meal, you add in a Maggi cube. And since then, I have never defined myself by my title. So to you here today, I am not a marketing consultant. I am not Ghana's most beautiful judge. I am not the host of Today's Woman. I am not a TV personality. I am not a public speaker. My name is Janice Sunko Mills, and I love interacting with humans. Thank you so much. I have enjoyed being with you, and I hope that you have benefited from this interaction in the same way that I have benefited with you. It's been worth waking up at 5:30 a.m. Thank you.
Come on, let's give it up. Let's appreciate Janet. Come on, let's do it one more time for her.
Two questions for her quickly. Two questions. Anyone from the audience? We have questions on the social media platforms. Let's do this quickly. Hello? Success Africa. Success Africa. Mind shift. Questions?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kari J, UEW student.
Where are you? There you are.
So looking at a world where you are greatly defined by the brand in which you find yourself, how do I find myself?
Great question. How do I find myself? So, you know the question that the boss from Switzerland asked me, it set me thinking a lot. And I realized I really, truly didn't know who I was. And actually, until I started hosting Today's Woman and Ghana's Most Beautiful, that is when I discovered, at this, just around the corner, 3-4 years ago, that actually what I truly am is to impact people through my talent of communication. and to impact people with my experiences. So all these experiences I've had in life was God's way of preparing me to do what I enjoy most. So how can you discover who you truly are? It's very difficult. First, start with what makes you happy. What brings you joy? This is different from everybody in this room, true or false? That is what makes us unique, right? Everybody can be a journalist. Actually, everybody who has the brains can be a doctor, but nobody can be you. True or false? So it starts with you. Dig deep. When you go to sleep today, dig deep. Find out what makes you truly happy and what makes you fulfilled as a human being, not as a student of the University of Winneba. If you're still finding it difficult, ask your friends, your true friends, the ones who give you positive energy, the ones who understand your why. Ask them, what do you think makes me happy? They will tell you. Ask your family. They will guide you. So it's not an easy thing to do, but it takes true reflection, internal introspection to find out. I'm telling you, there are people who are 50, 60 years old. They don't know who they are. They know what they are. They are accountants. They are lawyers. They are teachers. They are public speakers. They are journalists. But they don't know who they are. Find out who you are. Hope that helped you. Did I help you? Thank you. One question. See hands. That's not. But I like watching Korean movies. Who knows K-drama?
Okay.
Yay. And the expression that I have learned that I love most is kaja. Let's go. Kaja. Kaja. I see some. Yes, please.
S'il vous plaît, bonjour madame.
Menado.
Je ne sais pas comment parler du tout. Donc, je vous ai écouté parler le français. Donc
vas-y.
Et j'aimerais savoir, comme vous parlez d'autres langages, j'aimerais savoir.
Tu peux approcher le micro parce que je ne t'entends pas bien.
Ok, je suis élève de français à l'université de l'éducation Winneba.
Viens d'où?
Je viens du Volta. Non, Ghanéen, je suis Ghanéen. Alors, j'aimerais savoir quels sont les avantages de savoir parler beaucoup de langues. Parce que je vois que vous n'êtes pas enseignant. Parce qu'on croit que parler beaucoup de langues, c'est devenir un enseignant. Mais je vois que vous n'êtes pas enseignant. J'aimerais savoir quels sont les avantages.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. I hope you were able to. You know who I'm thinking about now? The one who is doing that. I'm wondering how he's doing, how he's translating that. The question was, what are the advantages of speaking many languages? Don't worry, I'm sweating, but I don't mind at all. Est-ce que je peux te répondre en anglais, puisque tout le monde comprend ce que je dis? Tu comprends anglais? Okay, so I asked him if I can reply in English so that we all understand. God said, let there be light, and there was. He's asking me what's the importance of communication. I said the spoken word has the power to bring things into being. Do you understand? That's the power of language, and that's the power of communication. I enjoy talking to people in a language where they understand and in a language where I can connect with them. So I'll speak Ga if Ga is what I can connect with you on. I speak Ewe if that is it. I speak Twi if that is it. I'll speak French if that's it. My Russian is rotten now, but if I had to, I will. That's the power. Language has power. C'est bon? Tu as compris? Est-ce que je t'ai répondu? Ok, c'est bien.
Let's appreciate her one more time. Janet Sanka Mills. Oh, come on, give it up. Tell somebody, wow. Success Africa, mind shift. Success Africa, mind shift. Let's give a round of applause to all our speakers who have spoken. Oh, come on, let's do it better. Oh, come on, do it better. Oh, you don't want $100 note. I'm about to move to the right-hand side of the auditorium and somebody walking away with $100 note. Who wants it? Who wants it badly? You need $100 note. Oh, you think I'm joking? You think I'm joking? Oh, come on. Who wants $100 note? Kwame, we need to do some quick activation right away. You want oh, you say, where is it? Answer very simple question. Name, have you done any activity with Binance? Have you downloaded the Binance app? Sorry, you've lost the $100. I told you, if he has the app, we would have pushed $100 to him right away. Simon, game. Let's have our keynote speaker coming all the way from the United States of America to address us. Right afterwards, we move to the money zone. Tell someone the money zone. At the money zone, it's about presentations and money, sharing, physical cash. So let me introduce her quickly, and then we'll move on straight to the. So she happens to be an international chaplain, a published author, a certified life coach, a consultant, and a UN ambassador under the ESO NGO with a global mandate to touch the hearts and souls of humanity through coaching, mentorship, and empowerment. In 2022, Dr. Megan received the United States highest honor, which is the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award from the President Joe Biden. She has a non-profit organization, Megan Massey International, registered both in the USA and in Ghana. She stands as an advocate for mental health, human trafficking, human development, and human rights issues. Join me, let's receive a speaker coming all the way. She arrived last night for this conference, Dr. Megan Massey. Oh, come on. Show her some love. Oh, come on. University of Education, Winneba. Show her some love. Come on. A global speaker, and she's been amazing. Come on. Let's give it up as she takes over. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time coming all the way to be a blessing to us. Thank you.
Oh, hello, Ghana. I'm not going to try to speak any Tui or any German, right? Or any, but I am 14% Ghanaian. So you guys let that settle. 14%, okay? But this is my second home. Ghana has become a very dear place to me. I have many relationships that I've built here, many sons and daughters. It's been amazing, right? This is my third time in Ghana. I do have a nonprofit here and one in the U.S. You know, yeah, many things they've said about me, but the biggest thing is that I am a gift to humanity. So whatever you pull on, that is what you get. You know, I believe that I'm going to answer Priscilla's, I think I remember her name, a part of her question, and also the young man over here who says that he doesn't, you know, how do you find who you are? You know, it's a lifelong search. You know, it really is a lifelong search. And when you can get every morning and do something that you don't get paid for, that's how you kind of find your purpose and destiny. And you're going to hear my accent. I'm going to let it lay out. I'm actually from South America, from Georgetown, Guyana. So I'm Guyanese, like Chinese, right? So you can start my slide, please. And the organizers of this Success Africa, I thank you for having me. It's amazing to be here. I think my mic is cutting out, right? Okay. So that first slide, is it going to move? Is it going to work? Or do I have to work it? And you guys can breathe and smile. This is a beautiful space that we're in. You know, there's portals that open up sometime. It opens up and you have to jump in that portal. You have to embrace your mark of authenticity. That is how you really find out who you are. Because I really don't believe that you should step like the power woman here. She speaks several languages. I believe that's how humans are. We have different sides and different facets to who we are, and I don't think we should be boxed in. Like me, I am the worst person to try to box in, and you're going to see why. They couldn't box me in. They couldn't put me society. Yeah, I just beat all the odds, and I'm gonna infuse you. Just receive light to just begin to grab what it is that you think you want to do. Just try it. Guess what? If you fail, you try again. You fail forward because the only way up is down. So, see, I told you I don't get put in the box. That was number one right there. But you have to, like the woman said, dig deep. But when you fall,
you can't fall down anymore. You go up. You go up from there. So my side is the one that don't want to work, you see? I'm telling you, I'm out of the box. Out of the box. One moment. My computer is not coming either. But you definitely can do what it is that you want to do if it's in your mind, and you can practice doing it. You know how you practice to shift your mind? You have to have that paradigm. I'm going to need this because I can't pull it up. You have to have that paradigm shift because the mind is something that moves, right? It's something that is in motion. You know, you can't sit one place at all. Like I'm not in this place here, but I'm somewhere else as well. Because we're multi-dimensional people. You know, when you transition and transcend from one dimension, it doesn't work like that. Just like people have to transform and transition from dimension to dimension. So that is what we have to learn how to do. So it's not up there. But I have a picture here, and I do wear these. I think when I got a little older, this happened. You know, well, this is going to be part of your life, so don't laugh at my glasses. You might need one in a very short minute. Okay? You might need one. So, your mind is your greatest asset. The mind is the control center for our lives, right? It's responsible for everything we do, from the smallest decision to the most complex ones. It's where our thoughts, emotions, memory, and creativity resides. And just like a muscle, it can be trained and developed. I believe all of our speakers, touched on that. The secret to changing our current reality and our circumstances lies in our ability to shift our state of mind through the change of our mindset. The mind theory. It's still not kind to me. I mean, I came all the way from South Florida, Miami, hot as hell.
But I believe that Ghana knew I was coming because it's really hot here. It's really hot. It's really hot. I was complaining about Florida, but this is like, it's topping it up. But that's okay. I'll have a nicer tan when I return, right? The theory of the mind is the branch of cognitive science that investigates how we ascribe mental states to other persons and how we use the states to explain and predict the actions of those other persons. Amaldiga is the integrative center for emotions, emotional behavior, and motivation. So when we're not motivated, we're lacking, some type of nutrient, not actually just external nutrient, it's internal nutrient, because we have to be able to read and study and, align ourselves with people that are going to infuse us with that light. Like being around the wrong person, if you're called to be a pilot and you're hanging around someone who rides a bicycle, it's not going to, and you want to learn how to fly a plane from them, it's not going to work, right? Or if you go to school for motorcycles, you can't fly that plane. So we need to align ourselves with such people. I guess it's nice now. Okay, I can go a little bit down. I'm in the next one, I believe. No, but I'll read from here. The only way to shift the mind is to transition, transport, transcend, and move and relocate mentally. So today, I want you guys to go on a journey with me. I'm going to teach you how to relocate in your mind. Because before your body gets somewhere, you have to go there in your mind. Go back to that first collage for me, please. The first collage. And what I want everyone who owns a phone to do, or a device, take your phones out for me, please. Okay, see, that's me. The woman with the languages. Miss Janet. See, that's the languages I speak. See that? You speak languages as in language, but this is the languages. The author, the ambassador, the intercessor, that's the one that's dangerous. The philanthropist, the speaker up there, the coach, and the entrepreneur. I run multiple businesses. So, you have your phones? Okay, so take a selfie. Take a selfie. Take a selfie. I know you guys like taking selfies. Don't act shy. Take that selfie and pose for it too, okay? Pose for that selfie. Let's go to the one where we're at. Let's move. Everyone have their selfie. I'm excited about that selfie. What is your mind thinking right now? Why did she ask us to take a selfie? You're going to find out. I'm not in a box. I'm unorthodox. I don't do anything in order because you know what? I can't be controlled. I'm a force that moves from nation to nation, and that's what I want to encourage you to do. You move here from nation to nation around the globe. Before I am taken out like Enoch, because I'm not going to die, I'm supernatural, okay? So just in case you're wondering, okay? Okay, the next one. I think it's the next one. Yeah, the next one. Okay, technology of the mind. Leave the mind that has old technology programmed and receive a mental upgrade. You know how when you have your phones, you have so much stuff in the memory, you can't receive anything new, like, you know, you get this hot video that comes, but for some reason it won't download because you don't have any room, right? So we're going to go back to that. I'm going to float that as a balloon. The greatest technology we embody, yet most unexplored, the road to success, something's missing there. It begins in the mind. We don't use our mind enough, and that is such a technology. We talk about all these external technology, but there's an internal technology that actually brought this mic here, that brought the cameras here, right? There was an internal technology, and that's what we have to use. Let's mobilize our mind today. So we're shifting. It's all about the mind shift. We're shifting and we're mobilizing our mind because the mind is something that moves. It doesn't stay in one place. In the womb of eternity, there is a blueprint with your name on it. So the picture of that person you take, there's a blueprint. And it's to activate and mobilize it. You must first journey memory forward using the mind technology. We must rethink, relocate, and reposition our thoughts. Like, how do you think? What have you been thinking about yourself lately? Was it good things? If you want to go to like the UK, or you want to go maybe to Germany or to wherever, you have to go there first in your mind, or you'll never get there. Trust me when I tell you. Think, and then our voice active. We have to our success is voice activated. When we begin to speak, we're activating something that has already been set in eternity. And I'm not preaching, but you know there's a scripture that talks about eternity is set in our hearts before time, right? So that means that your future was already written before time. Out of the millions and millions of people here, planet Earth, you're the only one that has your fingerprint and your exact DNA, right? So we can never be like anyone else. That's why we come out of the box, never stay in the box. You must abandon all old thought patterns. That means delete that stuff and adapt the new upgraded technology. Clear your memory bank and create space for this new update and upgrade. When we do that, we're then ready to mobilize new mental strategies concerning our businesses, our success, and our endeavors. You can move to the next slide. The entrepreneurial mind. We journey back to our future. You know how they have the movie said Back to the Future? Those people are brilliant because they know our future is behind us. We've already been in our future. We just have to bring it back here to our minds because that's how we are created. That's how he created us. Before time began, eternity was set about you, about you, about you. It was already set in place what you were going to be thinking about, talking about, what you're going to be doing, right? So we journey back to our future to engage the blueprint for our entrepreneurial efforts. So all of you that want to be entrepreneur, there's a blueprint that's hanging out there, just waiting for you to connect with it. Your entrepreneurial technology and strategies are birthed from the mind. You got to do it here. You can't doubt because you're causing a traffic jam, for yourself in the mind. You have to be well researched on the business you want to venture into and also have the ability to travel in your mind. There's nothing scary about traveling in the mind. I love doing it. I've already been to Dubai 3 times and I didn't pay for it. Yeah, it was right here. I'm going, but yeah, it's in your mind. You travel there. Your mind is powerful. It could move things. There's some technologies and there's some parts of these Chinese practices, some practices that they can move a glass by just their mind. They're looking at it. That's powerful. It might not be something I like to do, but it's powerful. But it just shows you how powerful the mind is. And the greatest investment you can make is the one, as an entrepreneur, is to invest in yourself. How do you invest in yourself? Things like this. This is a huge investment. And I don't know how much you paid, but this is amazing. I'm receiving stuff here. So you want to take these things. A lot of times people say you don't value what you don't pay for. But you know what? I believe that we do value what we pay for, what we don't pay for, and what we pay for. But when you pay for something, you place value on it and you make sure that you go for it. If you pay for the gym, you'll be like, oh, I don't want to go to the gym. But, because I paid the membership, I'm going to go. You're just going to drag. That's me. I'm talking about myself. You're going to I'm going because I paid. But that's how we have to invest. We have to read. We have to travel in our minds. If you've never been to a country, just go and learn about it. Just pull it up on the internet. Google University. Hello. We can't go wrong. Not everything is right, and I like my hard books. I like books. I'm an author. I'm getting ready to publish my second book. My first book is called I Come in the Volumes of the Book. Meaning that volume that is written of you, you want to make sure that you deploy that to the earth. You want to impact people because you just don't write a book just to write a book. You want to write a book and you want that book to impact someone's life. Am I done? The shift and lift to the journey. I love to shift and lift. You shift in your mind and then you find yourself up there somewhere making things happen. You putting things in place just like the Legos. I have this guy that lives on the beach and his entire living room is Legos. I actually was going to bring I have a lot of them. I was going to bring boxes and boxes for the kids, but I'm going to have to ship it. But it's amazing, and puzzles that can take the stage over. It's a lot, but it does something to the mind. Playing chess, it keeps you engaged in who you are and who you are created to be. Our mind is powerful, and we are powerful people. We are a little lower than the angels. Hello. Wipe your tears and stop crying about yourself because God has a plan and he has a purpose for you, and I'm not preaching. Okay? Knowledge without experience is philosophy, but more so, knowledge when applied is powerful. So everything that I heard here today, I'm applying that too. They're in the play between the two, and it produces wisdom. We know that came from the article of Inc. Africa. Nice. I'm in Africa. Envision greatness. Fail forward. I feel like we spoke one sentence here this morning. Everyone before me spoke about failing forward or whatever. It had something to do with it. And that's how great minds connect. Even if you're not in the same location, because this thing was a portal that opened up that we were going to be here, guess what happens? Because we're thinkers. Somehow that algorithm on the earth picked up. There's going to be some powerful people here. And I know that the people that are coming after me, they're going to kind of follow suit. Because there's a message. And there's something that we're trying to impart. And we have to do. And you know what? 2 is better than 1. 3 is better than 2. And we go on and on. Doing it together and in unity is so powerful. Envision greatness, fail forward. Keep your eyes on the vision and your hands on the process. Don't take your hands off. Don't get discouraged. Don't speak negative. Discover your passion, purpose, and prioritize it. Stay focused. Don't be easily swayed. Keep that discipline. And the first thing you have to discipline is this mindset. Stand out. Don't fit in the mental box society might put you in. Surround yourself with lions and eagles. And also let your constellation align with your purpose. Avoid negative energies. I'm not doing this today. No. Oh, can I call you back? Oh, I have someone on the other line. Negative energies, say no to it, okay? Test positive for personal development, your brand, your attitude, and purpose. Build relational equity with mentors and coaches and all-round leadership. Anyone that you know is an end. I'm never going to do everything like this powerful woman or anyone else. I am okay in the skin I'm in. I'm okay with doing things the way I do it because it's going to touch someone. It might not be all of you, but it's going to touch somebody in here today, right? Okay, let's do a quick mind exercise. Can you take your phone out again? And just follow those instructions. Go delete it. That wasn't you, right? Go delete that. Go delete it. The selfie you took earlier, you just deleted the old version, right? And you have an upgrade. So you can see from back there. Can you see? You can see, right? You're not like me that you need this. Delete that old version of yourself, the old mindset, old technology, old struggles of yourself. Oh, you don't have this. This is not happening. You're not going to do that. I operate and function in every picture that you see, and effectively too. Maybe I don't think it's just me. Your languages literally sit right there. What if someone just told you that you can only speak English and that's it? Don't try to do it because you're not going to be a master of that. You can only be a master of one. Oh, no. That's not true. You're mastering all your languages. So my languages is what I'm doing. It's different. So I just plan to just keep going and keep learning. And you know what? You never stop learning. Life is a journey. Right? You begin your old struggle. You begin to journey memory forward. So you go into your future and you're telling your future what is already said about you, your blueprint. Tell the old mindset and old technology goodbye. You've relocated to an address called greatness, a place called unlimited access. You have access because it starts here. And a place called success and prosperity. Do I have another slide? Don't remember. See, I was going to try to say, may I say? How do you say it? Don't I sound Spanish? Right? That sounds like a Spanish person trying to speak, right? But thank you. I don't know if Albert wanted me to take any questions, but I think I answered some questions you guys had before. Thank you for having me. Yes, I'll take 2 questions, please. Who's gonna ask the question? The first one. I'm really easy. If I don't have the answer, you could talk to me in the back. And don't forget, if you want to find out more about what I do around the world, you can sign the sign-in sheet. There's a sign-in sheet back there. Okay, mentorship, free mentorship, counseling. I'm the one.
Thank you, madam. Please, madam, you made mention of when you want to, make progress. You need to research on the business you want to venture and also travel as well. But madam, I want to ask, taking me for an example, I don't know anyone abroad apart from Ghana. So I don't know, how am I going to do it?
No question is a funny question. He just missed the ball. But guess what? You know how you travel first? In your mind. You travel in your mind first. You know me now. I'm abroad. And your question is not silly. Every question is a good question. You know me now. You come see me afterwards. But first, you travel in your mind. You go to the United States. You go to England in your mind. You journey memory forward. You see yourself there. I go a lot of places and I've been there before. That's it. I've been there before. I'm like, oh, I remember seeing this because I've already purposed myself to journey forward, like something that I've done before. Okay? One more.
My name is Kuchemba Abdul Fattah, University of Education, Winneba, level 300. My question is, after finding yourself, the first speaker talked about talent. I think that has been what we've been hearing. And after finding yourself and then knowing your talent, what next? Because I know many people with talent, which because of they were not having the money to maybe transform this talent into something that will push them in life. So after finding yourself, knowing your talent, and you know this is what you are best at, what is next? What are the ways to go?
Again, I'm going right back to what the topic is, shifting the mind. You have money. You have money. I'm telling you, this is something that I have done, and I teach the young people and the young adults that are in my constellation, and it works. You have money. You have to see that. If you can't see that, that's going to be the problem. So the first thing, after finding yourself, you think you find yourself until you put this memory forward and see that, oh, wait a minute. I thought that I was going to do this, but you can go, I'm telling you, in your mind. And dreams are very powerful dimensions because a lot of us dream and we think, oh, I'm just dreaming this. Let me tell you something. That's another technology, but I'm not going to talk about that today, that you can use. I dream and I wake up and I go back to that same dream and finish it. Because if it didn't end like I like it, Megan is going back in that realm and she's going to fix that dream. This is the outcome that I wanted. So guess what happens? It somehow, because of how my mind thinks, it shifts and the puzzle is all fixed in my favor. So first thing you have to do is change your language. You have what you need. Everything that we need is inside of us. It's in that blueprint. When we came here, many people have babies. They're like, how am I going to feed the babies? Women came with things to feed those babies. We are packaged. We have been endowed with so many gifts, and not only gifts and talents, but resources are on the inside of us. Do you know how many resources are in this room today? We can shift an entire nation if we do it together and we shift our mind. Okay, so that answers your question, I hope.
Thank you again.
Let's give it one more time. Mommy, let's do some physical support. Let's appreciate Sean between us on the book of UEW and Right after the photograph, you have 2 minutes to approach any of the speakers and take a picture, have a conversation in just 2 minutes. In 2 minutes. Let's do this. This is Success Africa. Videos, TVCs. Thank you very much. Please. So you want to. You can now approach any of our speakers quickly. Do it quickly. You can approach them, have a picture, say something to them. Let's do this quickly. You've been sitting for far too long. We are moving to the next session quickly in the next 2 minutes. A picture, a contact, networking. This is the networking session. This is the networking session. You can meet Dr. Megan, you can meet Sanka Mills, you can meet Paul, you can meet Kwame, you can meet COD. Most Arthur will be speaking right after this 2 minutes break. Let's interact with our speakers. Videos. Any of the TVCs. This is how we do it at Success Africa. We bring you closer to the personalities. You can get to see them. You can get to feel them. Have a picture with them. This is your opportunity. You don't want to miss this session. Thank you very much. TVCs, let it run. Keep it running. Please, protocol, make sure there are space for the speakers. This session ends in 1 minute. This session ends in 1 minute. 60 seconds. 60 seconds. If you want to be part of the Living Faith Ministries evangelist, you want to be a son or a daughter for Bishop Dominic Alote, Evangelist Apia Kubi is here. You can have a word with him right away. Okay. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, ushers, protocol, make sure the guests are seated now. Protocol, please make sure the guests are seated now. After the program, we'll do this. Thank you very much. This was a quick 2 minutes session. Lewis, Samuel, please join me. Samuel, Cape Coast, Samuel, please join me. Or Lewis. Okay, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. This was a quick session, and the speakers already are amazed about the turnout. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Please. Success Africa. Success Africa. But you can also more easily get to follow them on all their social media platforms. Find them. You can find Dr. Megan on social media. Janet Sanka Mills are available on all the various platforms. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce our next speaker speaking to us briefly. We are still waiting for students from University of Education, Ejumako campus. Over 400 people are on their way to the hall, and we don't want them to miss everything from today's program. We want to acknowledge Binance. Let's appreciate Binance for supporting this. Come on, let's give it up and appreciate Binance. Oh, come on, show some love to Binance. They'll be coming on stage again for the second time. Let's also appreciate EcoBank Ghana. Please show some love to EcoBank Ghana. If you have a question for a speaker and you can't ask, you can kindly send a message to 0245 040255. 0245 040255. And who knows, your question may win some amazing prizes right here. Can I get the giveaways? Please help me with the giveaways. So our next speaker happens to be a young, daring African, totally out of his comfort zone, living his epic vision for Africa. As a visionary, he's one of Africa's finest serial entrepreneurs and philanthropists. He's the president and the chief executive of Lush Group, a diversified and fully integrated, which started business in 2017 as a private limited liability company, specializing in social media management, digital advertising, e-marketing, and human capital development via its flagship conference, Entrepreneurship Hub. The group's interests span from various sectors across Ghana, Nigeria, and other countries. He shares the vision of many African young entrepreneurs. Hence, as an author, he brings to light in-depth knowledge in the field of business entrepreneurship to help entrepreneurs grow and dominate their businesses. Join me welcome the CEO for Lush Group and Chief Executive Officer, Moses B. Arthur. Come on, let's show some love. Oh, come on, give it up. He'll be with us for the next 10 minutes. Thank you. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. UEW. This is the opening convocation. Show some love to Moses Arthur.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Albert. I'm excited to be here. Dr. Megan, thank you. That was powerful. I think the first thing I took from your lesson was everything in life is built twice. First in your mind and second in reality. That was a powerful presentation. I learned a lot. The young man that was asking the question about how to travel with your mind, and you were a little bit wondering how she says her mind has been to Dubai and all of that. I'm somebody who subscribes to that theory a lot. Before I ever stepped foot in Dubai, my mind had been there. The thing with the mind is that you need to intentionally engage it. So how did I travel to Dubai? When I thought about traveling to the place, the first thing I started doing was watching videos of the place. So I started engaging my mind with videos of the place. And the next thing I did was to gather as much content about the ruler of the place, His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. So there's not a single book, maybe he's here to release it, that he has written that I have not read. Then the next thing I did was to take pragmatic steps by doing my passport. And so it starts off that way. Your mind can be to a place and your body has not been there. The only thing is that it's just a matter of time. Your mind will move your body to join your mind in that place. And so that was an awesome one. Thank you so much. And Mrs. Janet's presentation reminded me of a French class. My French teacher was called Monsieur Simonji Fori. And I remember one time in class, a young man who was in our class, my classmate Edmond, was asked to conjugate the verb je suis. And he went on and said, je suis, tu suis. And I was like, what did you just say? That French is an interesting topic. I learned something also from Mrs. Janet, where she spoke about how that in life you should be adaptable. You should be able to decide and be ready for change, because change is something that is constant. It will definitely keep coming at you. My name is Moses B. Arthur. To start my presentation for today, there's a scripture I've been meditating on this morning since I woke up, and I decided to start the whole Success Africa tour thing with it. And before I go to that scripture, every speaker that has graced the stage, thank you so much for the words that you have shared and for the wisdoms that you have imparted. I hope that lives will be transformed in this place. Proverbs chapter 22 verse 2 says that the rich and the poor meet. The Lord is the maker of them all. The rich and the poor meet. The Lord is the maker of them all. I was pondering over that scripture while I was driving to this place, and I was like, wait, the rich and the poor meet where? So it got me thinking. I need you to understand, first of all, that the platform that connects the rich and the poor is the earth. The rich and the poor meet where? The earth. If you are not a little bit deep in scripture, you easily think that God is an unfair person because it says the Lord is the maker of them all. But come through Genesis to Revelation, there's no account anywhere that God created somebody poor. there is not a single account. When you find it, bring it. There is not a single account anywhere that says that God created somebody poor. God created men. Men by their decisions, men by their movements, decided to gravitate towards rich and poor, economically speaking. And so if you are in this place for Success Africa, obviously a mind shift, and you know that you have decided that you want to be rich together with me in knowledge and in pocket, I want you to lift up your right hand and say after me, I didn't hear you, I. Mention your name, I, Moses Biata. By coming for this conference, I have determined that I will be rich in pocket and in my mind. I have determined that I will be rich in pocket and in my mind. And so because, you can put your hands there, and so because we have all determined to be rich, how many of you came from outside of Winneba? You came from outside of Winneba. An hour drive. An hour drive. An hour drive. Somebody said 2 hours. You came 2 hours. Let me be of a blessing to you because we said we want to be rich here. Albert said that Binance will give $100. So, who else came outside of Winneba? 2 hours. Hey! Everybody's hands is up. You came from what? 15 hours. I hear there were some SHS students that came from, oh yeah, the back. Let me come to you and see if I can be of a blessing to someone. Before I start my conversation for today, I'll be talking about the $1 million unfair advantage online that no one is speaking about. Let me move to the SHS people. Hey, you are here. The SHS people. Random question. Who's the current president of Nigeria? To the SHS people. No one. Are you in SHS? Yes. Yes. What did you say? That was right. Celebrated. Come for it. Here you go. Awesome. All right. Somebody said Davido. How can Davido be the president? All right. The first thing I need you to understand is that there's a huge problem that we have not been made aware of. And that the problem is that the CV is there. Next slide. Please be moving very fast with me. Next slide. Awesome. So as we have it, the United States economy is expected to lose about 700,000 jobs in the first 4 months of this year, 2023. If you've been following the conversation and what's happening on the news, Mark Zuckerberg's Meta slashed out 11,000 jobs as a major cut last year. Next slide. We saw tech companies all the way from last year laying off people. We did a total of about 59,710 people laid off. The next slide. What does this mean for those of us that are in Mother Ghana? As I'm speaking to you, Ghana's unemployment rate rose to 4.40% in 2022. According to a report from the International Labour Organization, that's tripled in the last 13 or 12 years. We can see that Ghana is faced with a 12% youth unemployment rate, which is more than 50% of underemployment, both higher than overall employment rate in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm talking about Ghana. The average rate, back please, I'm not done. The average rate of unemployment, as I speak to you, is currently around 4.53. But youth unemployment rate, which is much higher, is 9.49. What does this mean? Follow my conversation. I said I'm talking about the $1 million unfair advantage online. For those of you that did not get the money, don't worry. Just make sure you have Telegram on your phone. I'll still give out something before my presentation ends. And so the bigger thing is that literally nobody is safe. I had a conversation with my cousin 2 days ago, and I asked her, what do you want to go and do? And she says, I want to go and do nursing. And I said, wait, I know people who finished nursing 3-4 years ago and have not been posted. I know people who did nursing 2-3 years ago and are still waiting for their salaries. And so what is the alternative route that I'm looking at? You need to understand that there's what we call the advantage of leverage. How do you put in less and make more? How do you put in less as a student and make more? And so, before you understand that you would have to put in something less to make more, you need to understand that value is changing. And value is changing in 5 different ways. Value is changing. Gone were the days where we used to think that value was all about money. But as I speak to you now, value is changing, and value has changed in 5 different ways. Please go back. Value has changed in 5 different ways. The first way in which value has changed is identity. We live in a world today where people do not want you to be something else. The world wants you to live and represent who you are. And so many years back, we will not see Africans filling auditoriums in the States. But today, we have Sarkodie, we have Wizkid, we have Burna Boy filling arenas simply by being who they are. The next way in which value has changed is wealth. Please, the previous slide. The next way in which value has changed is wealth. We grew up in a world where we're told that wealth is money, but I'm speaking to you and making you understand that our wealth is equally evolving so fast that wealth is currently in who you know and who knows you. Wealth, as I speak to you, has moved on from physical cash to relationships. I remember watching an interview from Kanye West, and Kanye West says that he considers himself very wealthy when he's able to find himself in any country, and within 30 minutes when he's lost, he can get a presidential brigade out. That's how powerful he defined how wealthy he is. And so that's one of the ways in which value is changing. The third way in which value is changing is legacy. What are you doing and why are you doing what you're doing? And one of the beautiful places I used to describe legacy is His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai. It's obvious that he has done something that has outlived his generation. And the scripture says that a good man leaveth an inheritance for his children's children. And so, what are you doing and why are you doing it? The fourth way in which value has changed, previous slide. The fourth way in which value has changed is the stacking up of skills, which is actually the unfair, unseen advantage in the online space that a lot of people are not paying attention to. So how do you combine a multiplicity of skills, leverage it on what we call the internet, and make good money? The fifth way in which value has changed is the premium of free. We live in a world today where a lot of people do not like the thing called free. And that's also because a couple of years back, the word free sounded like an insult. But you know, today, free is the way by which you get customers. So you walk into places like Melcom and China Mall and hear things like buy one, get one free. Even if the customer walks in and is not going to buy that one and get that other one free, they would have a lot of products on display that they can pick from. And so wealth has changed. Value has changed. Next slide. Value has changed. And I spoke about relationships. I need you to understand, if you're a student, that relationships are currencies. There are things that relationships have bought for me that money did not buy. I use an iPhone 13 Pro Max, a relationship bought it for me. I use a MacBook, a relationship bought it for me. You need to understand that there's a way to leverage relationships. All blessings come from God through men to men. And there are 4 categories of relationships that you must endeavor to harness in your life. Previous slide, please. The first one is what I call the collaborators. The collaborators are those who do things together. The next kind of relationship you need around you is the creators, those who do things first. And then we have those who do things first. And then we have the controllers, those who do things right. And lastly, the competitors. The biggest of this is, out of these 4, which one are you? Because when you're able to identify which one you are, you know which of the people to pull towards yourself. So for someone like me, I'm the creator guy. I'm the guy that's super excited about new stuff and all of those things. So I know who to pull towards me to leverage what. So relationships are currencies. Next slide. The biggest thing I said was, out of the above, which one are you? Next slide. And so a couple of weeks back, I made a tweet when we started the year. I said, if you are still in school now, do not just work on your grades alone. Work on your confidence, elocution, and articulation. Build quality non-sexual relationships. Build requisite skills that will, at the end of the day, fall in line with your purpose. Know God, because after completing Care University since 2017 and doing this whole entrepreneurship business thing, what I've realized is that grades constitute just 20% of the entire journey. At the end of the day, I know loads of people who are done with school and have their certificates on the side. Now, moving forward, for a generation that has the whole Gen Z vibe and all of those TikTok craze, I need you to understand that the internet is a distribution channel. The internet as we have it is a tool. Use it. Do not be used by it. For most people, the internet uses them. The same internet that you are on, that at the end of the day, you just go and like someone's TikTok post, someone's picture. Somebody is being paid massively for it. Move to the next slide. Now, this is the highest paid YouTuber as I speak to you now. He's called Ryan Kaji. Ryan Kaji makes $26 million from YouTube. That is $500,000 a week. You can do the math times the Ghana CD, and you can do the math times the Naira, and you see how much this 11-year-old kid is worth just from YouTube. And you go on YouTube and all you do is watch, in quotes, all the things that you want to watch. The next slide. Now, in 2020, I present to you my second case study. This young man here is called Kabilame. I'm sure, how many of you know Kabilame? Awesome. In 2020, when people were getting depressed because COVID had come and they thought the world was ending, somebody found a new gold mine with the same tool on the internet. The internet is not Instagram. The internet is not Facebook. But there are tools on the internet that you can leverage to make pretty much good money. As I speak to you now, Kabilame makes $750,000 from a single post that he makes. We've not spoken about his endorsements with Dior. We've not spoken about his endorsement with other brands. And so you see in here that I wrote that everything in life is built twice. First in your mind and second in reality. Dear young people listening to me, what are you paying attention to on the internet? Because as I speak to you, attention is very expensive. And so if you go on the internet and all you do is to waste your bundle, then you are not going to make gains. Whereas the same internet that you have, somebody is on there making millions of CDs and making millions of dollars. So I present to you an alternative route. Next slide, outside of the CV, my story. My name is Moses Biatha. Next slide. The first picture you are seeing of me is a picture probably when I was growing up. The next one is so that you understand where I'm coming from. The next one is a picture of me and my biological mother. We all have a beginning. My biological mother used to sell wachi. And so that's a picture of me. On the 5th of April, 12 minutes past 12, she had been carrying me for 11 months, 2 weeks. 11 months, 2 weeks, she eventually put to birth. When she put to birth, my father called me Brain 2. Now, Brain 2 means a warrior. Brain 2 means a fighter. I believe that every single family, somebody said, hey, I believe that every single family has that Brain 2. I believe that every single family has that warrior that God has specially raised. And so if you believe that you are the warrior that God has raised to break the shackles of poverty and to change the status quo, I want you to turn to the person sitting by you. No, please. Previous slide. I'm not done. Where I was carrying the thing. Previous slide. Where I was carrying the thing. Please don't spoil my presentation. Thank you. Right. So if you believe that you are that warrior that God has raised to break the shackles of poverty, I want you to look to the person sitting by you and tell the person, it shall never be war with poverty. It's like you like poverty. It shall never be war with poverty. And tell the person that because it shall never be war with poverty, you better take my number. Because out of this success summit, in the next 5 years, you might have to come to my PA in order to see me. And look at the person and tell the person, if you like, mark it down. If you like, mark it down. Celebrate yourself if you know you are going to be a big thing. Previous slide. Previous slide. Previous slide. Good. So growing up, the hustle days where I used to fetch water for farmers. This picture, I remember it was 2019. It was my birthday. And one of my friends, we used to hustle together. We used to fetch water for some masons and stuff growing up. He took this picture. He's currently in the US. So in 2019, on my birthday, he sent me $1,000, sent this picture and said, bro, we've come from far. The next slide. And so how did a young boy whose mother was a watch seller pull up all of a sudden, well-dressed kaftan, picking up my business partner from the airport with my bodyguard? Next slide. How did we move to being the young guy that came from Inche Dadia, so all the way in the western region, to be sitting with legends like Vusi Tembikwayo and Freedom Jacob Caesar? Next slide. The key is in what I call the $1 million unfair advantage. You need to understand that your financial freedom is dependent on your financial wisdom. At the end of the day, if you're going to walk out of this place and go back to your various schools, I always tell people that when I was in school, my father used to give me 300 cedis in KNUST. That 300 Ghana cedis, I was not seeing it as upkeep money. I was seeing it as salary. Now, that informed how I was relating with the money. And so I learned investments right from KNUST first year. Because when my father was giving me the money, I was not seeing it as stipends. I was not seeing it as upkeep. I had my friends calling me all sorts of names because they want to party, they want to go all of the place. And if you followed my conversation, I'm pretty young, I'm just 26. But I've been able to build life up till this point because there are mysteries to this thing called life. There's a way to program and engineer your life such that you're going to make great gains from it. Because your financial freedom determines, because your financial wisdom determines your financial wisdom, I have put together, the next slide, I have put together a course on 4 unique skills online that you can literally skill stack them and begin to make a lot of money online. My big brother and business partner, Futurist Kwame, will come and do justice to that. Next slide. And so, if you're here and then you are looking at making exponential gains and results, I have another amount of money to give. I want to see the first person that joins my Telegram community, and then you get the next set. Albert, I think I dropped my phone there. Please get it for me. Who joins the Telegram community first? Who joined first? Let me see. I'll call you by your username. Somebody said I'm here. You can go to Telegram, or you can scan the link on there. Go to Telegram, MBA Dream there and do. It's a community that I've created to help empower as many young people like myself who come from nothing to literally make the best out of the world that they have seen. Recently joined Derek. Who joined? I'm seeing one Derek. Derek, you. The money that you are taking, your house people don't want you to take it. Awesome. Next slide. Next slide. All in all, I think that as Africans, our greatest Achilles heels is that we do not believe in ourselves. That as Africans, we do not believe that seated amongst us here is another Futurist Kwame. That seated amongst us here is another Dr. Megan. Seated amongst us here is another Madame Janet. Seated amongst us here is another Denta Mwabing. And so, if you believe that as you have come for the Success Africa Summit, you will become the greatest version of yourself, I want you to write in your book or your note, and that's very personal to yourself, that I vow to become the greatest version of myself, and no matter what, I am ready to put in the work that will transform me to become that great version. I want you to do that personal vow to yourself. Connect with me on any of my socials. My name is Moses B. Arthur. Thank you so much.
Oh, come on, show some love to Moses B. Arthur. Oh, come on. Hello, Winneba. Oh, one more time, let's appreciate him for such a wonderful presentation. So, you sent a message to the line I gave out, but you didn't give me your name. So, give me your name and come for a prize. Said, I don't have a question, but I want to say a very big thank you to Mrs. Janet Sanka-Mills. She has really inspired me a lot. Where are you? Please come forward quickly. Oh, put your hands together for her. I have fallen in love with her because of her speech. I have found what I want to do. Oh, come on, put your hands together. She gets a Bluetooth selfie stick. You see, Jenna, please present it to her. A Bluetooth selfie stick and 50 Ghana cedi airtime. Come on, put your hands together for her. Oh, come on. Show some love. Oh, maybe your clap will bring you here. Let me go to this side. Let me pick somebody from this side. Here, the clap is not. The lady, please come. Yes. I have picked one lady already. No. Sorry. There's somebody I picked from the back. Moses, help me with 50 cedis airtime for this lady. You answer a very simple question. Moses will give you 50 cedis airtime, and I will give you this. This is a wonderful, very simple question. Moses talked about a university he attended. What's the name of his university? Swayek, bring new set of questions. There's leakage in the room. He mentioned, look at me. He mentioned his university. You are answering two questions in one because the amount has increased. So the university and the amount his dad gave him. Swayek, new set of questions. He mentioned the amount and the university. Can you do this? Oh, try. Wait. We are increasing it to 500 Ghana cedis. Look at me. Wayek, look at me. Today is your day. You see, were you focusing? Come on, put your hands together for her. You can, but answer something before you take something. So, still on the speaker who just spoke, or on Dr. Megan, okay? What did you learn from her presentation? Any of them? What have you learned so far?
Okay, I've learned that before you attain anything, you don't just have to see the thing and you move to it. You have to think and dream of the thing in your mind, and then you make a step to it. So if you want to travel abroad, you don't just have to stay there. You have to get a passport. You have to start making preparations. If there is a school you want to...
Put your hands together for her. She gets the 100 Ghana cedis and this. See Moses. Oh, put your hands together for her as she takes. Success Africa. Success Africa. Are you ready for the next package? Just before that, let me move on and introduce the next speaker, who happens to be an award-winning real estate. I'm amazed when I see some of the works he has done in this country, and it's amazing. It's amazing. He happens to be a radio TV personality, host of the Property Take on MX24, a YouTuber showing homes in Africa and the world, South Africa and other places. He's the CEO and COD Realty and Properties, a leading real estate in Ghana. He's a certified international property specialist and an international certified property manager awarded by the NAR, which is internationally recognized by the real estate practitioners. COD has property listings in Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa and Dubai. His company is keen on building homes and estates for people living in Ghana and especially in the diaspora. With a strong communication and marketing background, he has built solid teams for other real estate developers and helped so many realtors and individuals to gain the requisite knowledge in Ghana's real estate market. He has a successful track record and understanding in market dynamics, recognized to be a dependable, exceptional leader with exceptional experience in managing resources and to achieve maximum results. With his international experience and affiliates, COD has offered free real estate masterclass to over 20,000 young people across the country and other parts of Africa. He's a public speaker well known for shifting the mindset of the youth to see success even in their dry places. Join me. He happens to be the son of Reverend Dr. Kwejo Boatin Bempa and a member of the Holy Hail Chapel. Join me, welcome our next speaker. Come on, with a round of applause. Kwesi Otin Desmond. Come on. Oh, show some love because you will never know what will happen in this presentation. So let's give it up as he comes.
Hello. How are we doing this afternoon? How many of us are excited to be here? Wow. Please put your hands together for yourself. Sometimes when I get people reading my profile, I get very emotional. For me, I'm just one person who felt like every single thing that I enjoy today actually comes from one, God, and two, my mind. And so for a lot of people, I've always told them that I'm the mind doctor. I'm the guy who always comes to people and start with the mindset that they have in their head. So how many of you today are willing to change from the old ways and actually learn new things and how to do things newly? Great. I am somebody who likes a lot of fans, and when people give me fans and accolades, I tend to do something for them. So, yeah. I have just changed my ways in 2023. For all the tours we had last year, I was very aggressive, but this year is my year of financial overcome and breakthrough and everything. So just like the president said, Sikampe Dede, so I've actually relaxed on my speech. I'm taking it one by one. But I want us all to rise on our feet, stretch ourselves, feel very comfortable. It's an overload of knowledge and wisdom. You've had speakers right from the morning up until now. And so you can just stretch yourself, feel free, stretch yourself. Are we good now? Okay, please take your seat. Sit on the head of your enemies. Great. So, I didn't come here with any presentation, and I don't have no presentation. I'm just going to share with you my life story. My name is Kwesi Oten Desmond, and for me, when I was growing up, I always wanted to be one very single person because I like to watch a lot of criminal movies. And so on DSTV, there was this movie called CSI Miami, Crime Scene Investigation. You know them, right? Yeah, so all I wanted to be was to be the guy after, no, this man, maybe if I shoot him and he dies, it will be a problem. You, sorry, come here. So I wanted to be the guy that after they have shot this guy, no, I can't shoot you from the back. Let me shoot you from the, so after they have shot this guy, you are stand and die. Please sit down. After they have shot this guy and he's dead, then I come to calculate the bullet, the length the bullet actually traveled to get into his body, pick up the bullet, and actually give every report on how this man actually left the earth. So that was what I wanted to be. And I got to grade 5 in AIS. Then I realized that no, I don't want to be that guy again. I don't want to study crime again. I want to be a medical person. Why? Because I had an uncle telling my dad about how he just finished school, medical school, and he's doing so well. And he actually drove a Mercedes-Benz into our house and everything. And so once I saw him, I felt like this is the career path I wanted to choose for myself. So right from there, every single time I was planning myself and preparing myself to go into studying medicine. Then I got into senior high school. In senior high school, I discovered another part of me. I realized that I like to get very interactive with people. Every single time when I see the camera, I get excited. When I see microphones, I get excited. But I'm in the science class. So I didn't know how to put the two together. But I found my way, moved on. In SS2, I was talking one day in class. I used to be the guy who would come to the class before any teacher or lecturer comes. I'll tell my friends that I have a story to share, whether from the Bible or from any other book, or is a Toli or is whatever. I would share with my friends before they come. So one time, some of the boys at the back just shouted and said, "You like talking too much. Why is that every single time? Are you the only person who has knowledge?" And I felt very bad. So for almost a week, I was not sharing no story. I wasn't talking to anybody again. And then I had a girl in my class who came to me and told me that she had discovered a word and wants to introduce me to that particular word. That word is the genesis of every single thing that I've been doing up until today. It rings in my head every single time I want to stop. And the girl told me that, haven't you realized one thing? That each and every time that you have stood in front of us, even though we are your colleagues, even though we are all in the same class and you are not paying nobody's school fees, everybody keeps quiet and listens to you. That is not just a talkative. That is a gift God has given to you. And so you need to polish this gift and make sure it becomes a blessing to the world. So this was the word. She introduced me to the word. It was volleyball. Somebody who is volleyball is somebody who talks to get the interest of people and the attention of people glued to him or her every single minute. Someone asked the question about how can you actually identify the gift and what's your purpose and everything. I tell people every single time. So point one, identifying gift. How to identify the gift. What is that one thing that easily comes to you? What's that one thing that you don't have to sweat to do? There are some of you, if we gave you a thread and a needle, you can put together 2 pieces of clothes and then you make a dress. There are some of you, if we give you this microphone, you can just split every single thing from your mind. There are some of you, if we give you a camera, no matter how bad the camera is, no matter how bad the lens of that particular camera is, you can take very good pictures with it. And so that is how you easily identify. Point one, how you easily identify that particular thing that can inspire you from point one to point two. It is very important for you to know what your gift is or what your talent is. How many of us are Christians once again? Now, the Bible said that what would take you before kings? What did the Bible say would take you before kings? What would take you before kings? What would take you before kings? Okay, maybe I need to share money to hear these people well. Let me calm down. What will take you before kings? Your gift will take you. These 2 guys, you won't say, you are waiting for me to share money. Relax. The last year when I shared a lot of money, I don't know how my mom heard about it, but when I go home, I actually had a call from her and said, send me Momo. So the Bible says that what takes you before kings is what? Your gift. So that is one thing you need to focus on the more. I am very interested in the education of people. For those of you who have followed me on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, every single time I'm releasing videos on real estate, trying to teach people for free knowledge I give to people. So I'm very hard on education. But one thing, and the dynamics of the world and the dynamics of the world's economy have gradually shifted from appreciating just people carrying a piece of paper called a certificate into the practicality of the knowledge you share or the knowledge you have obtained in school. And so it is therefore not enough to just have a certificate, be it a BSc, an MSc, a BA, or an MBA. It is therefore not enough again in our world today to just carry a single piece of paper and walk with it. Are we on the same platform? So let me introduce you to my 2 L's. Somebody say 2 L's. My first L for you is lens. And just like I said earlier, the world's economy has shifted. And so the way you are looking at the world today is not how you should be looking at it. For most of you, Instagram is a place where you say you are storing your pictures. That's your album. That's where you want to put pictures so that one day when you are old, you are going to go there and look at yourself in 2021, 2022, 2023. Haven't you realized that when my brother Moses was speaking, every single person he showed is using the same platforms to actually create jobs for themselves and make good income from whatever they are doing. So why can't you also use the same medium, the same platform to begin to generate funds and to begin to generate money for yourself? if I call somebody today and I say, why haven't you started your business? The first thing the person is going to tell me is, I don't have funds, right? Everybody is saying, I don't have funds, right? How many of you actually have a mobile phone? You have a mobile phone. If it's a yam, please put your hand down. My God will visit you. If it's a mobile phone that has a mobile data operation, please raise your hands for me. Are you able to buy some internet and some credit? Okay, great. So once you're able to do that, then you don't need funding. Let me tell you the truth about this word, investors. People cry every time we're looking for investors. We're looking for people to help us to do our business. Funds and investors will not come at that point, especially in our part of the world, will not come at the startup time. Every single person in our part of the world that is looking to give you any money would want to come in and to see what you've been able to do for yourself so far. And then they push you from there. Are we on the same platform? And then they push you from one point to the other. And so, you need to start viewing the world in a different way. Once your view is perfected, once you have that view in mind, every single person has spoken about the mind. Once you're able to talk to the mind and start to see yourself just like you want to become. Let me break this down simple. What did the Bible say about those who are poor? It says that let the poor say I am, and let the weak say I am. So you know that faith is the substance of, wait, who can answer that for me? Who can answer faith for me? I need a pretty girl. The boys, you're not smiling. I need a soft face. I need a, boys, put your hands down. I need a girl who's beautiful. Okay, you're very pretty. Come. Can I get a second microphone? Can I get a second microphone? Yeah. Come. I want them to see you. You never know. Maybe your angel is in there. So what's faith?
Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen.
Oh, great. How much do you think she deserves? Your enemies are actually here. Come. Go to my brother's PA and drop me your number. I'll send you some. If you don't have mobile money there, what to April? Leave the number there for her. I'll send you some good money. If God touches my heart, I can do like 1,000. Oh, by the way, I do real estate and I sell real estate, and so we have some good money, especially when we are not earning in your cities. And so we can share some good amount of money, you know. So faith is a substance of what? Things not. Do you understand? So you need to start telling yourself now that you want to become. Once the girl introduced me to that word and I understood the word, I started seeing myself in the journalism field regardless of everything I was doing. I finished second cycle institution, moving to the tertiary level. I thought I'll go to a GIJ or NAFTI or something. I didn't get opportunity because my dad, my mom, everybody wanted to have an engineer in their house, and so I went to study civil engineering. That's a whole heartbreak story sometime I'll share maybe in the other schools that we go to, but let me just go straight to the point. So I studied civil engineering. Nothing related to journalism, nothing related to interacting with people and everything. It's mass, engineering mass, you're on it, fluid mechanics and all of that. So I just sailed through. In my first level, I started my MC job. I started MCing people's weddings and parties, all campus, from church to secular. I was an MC for everything that they did on the campus. And don't forget, one single word was what I needed to push me through all the journey. One single word. Just one single word. So some of you, you're looking for too much. Because we've all been speaking right from about 9 a.m. up until now. We've loaded you with so much knowledge, so much wisdom, so much practical experiences. And still somebody is saying that I am waiting for somebody to come and say something. No. You've heard so much already. And I usually tell people, every time I'm given this opportunity, I didn't come for everybody. I came for about 1, 2, 3 people. And I know 3 people are here that will be blessed from my presentation today. And that's all I need. So your language is very important. That's my second L. Just like the Bible said, let the poor say I'm rich and let what? The weak say I'm strong. You need to start declaring and proclaiming before you become. Have you ever wondered why Akufo-Addo or John Mahama and all the member of parliament, every single time we are drawing close to the elections, why do they still do flyers? Don't you see Akufo-Addo enough? Don't you see Mahama enough? Have you ever thought about it? Have you heard the word floating voters? How do we come about floating voters? Psychologists and politicians understand this so well. Psychologists say that anything you frequently see or anything you frequently declare, you can easily become. And so the politician knows that Mame Adjoa and Papa Kofi is walking around and they are confused in their mind. And so they put their pictures everywhere. And sometimes I have had a conversation with people after the vote. And I said, who did you vote for? And I said, me call on a picture na me who chrome na me the team so. And you think it's a joke, but that is it. So you hear politicians say elections are won at the polling station, elections are won because they attack the mind. Every single thing you want to do, the power room and the engine room is your mind. It's your mind. So regardless of what the boys sitting at the back were saying about me, you're a talkative and all of that, I programmed my mind. Fast forward, right after school, I got the opportunity because another lady also spoke to me about somebody, and then I started interning with Life FM. It's sold now, EIB Network 91.9. I started the Sunday show. I had the mindset. I knew my view. My first L is lens. So I knew what I was seeing. When others were laughing and saying that we are all doing our national service, before you come for work at 9, you go and sit on radio. When I had the Sunday show, I was also reading the news very early in the mornings, entertainment news. So I'll go and read, and then I'll go to work at 9. And they were looking at me, and everybody felt like, you're wasting your time. What at all are you looking for? Like, what at all do you want? But don't forget, I knew what I saw. And I knew what I declare every single morning, my language. It will take me right into my third L. I said I'll give you 4 L's, right? So my 4th L is lifestyle. So for a lot of people, they just want to impress people. They just want to appear looking good, smelling good, and people giving them all the accolades and every single thing. But you see, there is a level and a stage where you get to where those things easily come to you. You don't need to call forth for them again. It just comes to you. There were times where I've gone to see people and I'm like, I want to organize a conference and I want to put together like 5 people. We've put together a conference moving around. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, now I don't even have to force myself. I was just telling my brother, I showed him an email where I was charging a speaking fee for over 10,000 CDs, and I'm going to be speaking on the 24th of March, somewhere, Ghana Union, the National Union of Ghana Student NUCS or something. I was charging them about 12K to talk. This same thing I'm telling you, I'll tell them the same. And some of you, this thing I'm saying, you've heard it. Maybe from your pastor or from your lecturer or somebody somewhere. But me, I've been able to monetize mine. And you, what are you doing? You are admiring mine. When you can actually begin to see yourself doing exactly what I'm doing, but you are rather enjoying the funds today and forgetting about the glory tomorrow. The lifestyle. Today, everybody wants to be in a fraudulent activity. Today, everybody... Let me share a very simple story. So my birthday was 2 days ago, and I bought myself a gift. So I bought myself an E-Class, and when I posted it, very funny. People started texting me on my Snapchat and on my Instagram, and they started asking me very stupid questions like, so we get some clients, we won't bring them to you. We get some bank, and I'm like, you get clients, make it come buy real estate or make it come buy what? You get bank details from where? How did you get them? Then I asked somebody about it, and he said, they are trying to tell you that they have a Mugu or something, and they have a bank, and they do wire transfer and all. And I'm like, you see, once you're not able to see it, these things are very simple, but that is what makes people become whatever you admire. A lot of people grew up in a house where daddy is a driver and brother is the mate to the driver. And so all they have ever admired to see was to become somebody who owns the vehicle. Because daddy is actually driving someone's car and the brother is the mate to daddy. So you see what the mind has limited them to do. So the limitation of a man's mind is the measure of his thoughts. You are where you are or who you are because of how you think. You are not able to see beyond today. And when people stand here and say, change your mind, the mind is the workstation, you sit there and you judge the speakers and say, I've heard this every single time, but it's not working for me. It's because you can't even see it working. And for those of you who are seeing it working, you are already attracted to the lifestyle. You're a good musician and everything. When you stand on this stage and they give you small funds, you gather 5 girls and you say that, come to my hostel one by one, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock. You see, you have already set yourself up for distraction. My 4th L is very important to me, and every single person here, please put it in your head. Legacy. 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 I don't want to sound too much like a preacher, and so I won't delve more into that part of it. But let me tell you something. If you die and you leave this earth realm, and you expect that your children will take care of you, and you sat in this conference, you're wicked. Yeah, you're wicked. The Bible says it. It says that a good parent, a good man and woman will leave inheritance for who? The children. Today, the strategy has changed. In our world today, especially in our part of the world, what happens? Our parents grow, and we are supposed to what? So you're taking a national service fee of $559, and you send how much home? And I don't blame them because they were not privy to so much information like this. You've had different people. My brothers actually came from Dubai purposely for this tour. She came all the way from the United States of America. Yeah, came Kumasi flight to that. Do you understand? No, don't laugh about it because poverty, me, I felt it too. I don't know why I'm not pushed to share some of my story in Winneba. Maybe you, Paul, you are too pro for my liking. How you are seated and everything. I like a lot of energy, so I won't share that. Maybe in Koforidi on Wednesday, I'll delve more into that. Legacy. Think beyond yourself. Even if you don't want to get married, forget about your kids. Think about your family members around you. So that one day, when you're celebrating your birthday, like Dr. Despite just did, a lot of people would admire you. A lot of people, just think about that. The legacy you leave behind, then you die, and people come and they still celebrate you. These are the energies I use, and these are the energies that move me every single time. Sometimes I get discouraged. I want to close my business. I want to start afresh. I want to do something else. Then I tell myself, you have come so far to stop here. You have inspired so many people to stop here. And so if I was thinking about myself and what I'll eat, what I'll drink, ladies and gentlemen, I would have stopped whatever I'm doing. To move my business from Ghana to South Africa alone is something else. Something else. To move South Africa, Lagos, Nigeria, something else. Something else. But every single time, what the energy is moving me are these secrets that I have shared to you today. These simple secrets I have shared to you. And so please, if you don't take anything home, my 4th L should be very important to you. That this world is not just about you. It's about her, it's about her, and those who come after us. If you go to the news today, this is a very funny one. You and I sitting here, we've not done anything, but according to the public debt of this country that was just declared, we already owe 20,000 Ghana cedis. Each and every single one of you is owing 20,000. Oh yeah, she. Oh, they got 20,000 Ghana cedi. Please, let's begin to think. And let's begin to think beyond ourselves. Are we on the same platform? I want to share some money before I finally take my leave. So who can actually take me through my 4 L's? I gave 4 L's. 4 L's. I've actually, there are some people wearing uniform at the back. Let me deal with them. Those times when we're in school, if you're wearing a spectacle, come. It means you are very, very intelligent. Yeah, when you wear a spectacle, so that's a lady. Can I get a guy from this other school? Can I come? Senior, unim se unim member. Unim, bra. What's your name? Genevieve. Your spectacle.
Lens, language, lifestyle, legacy.
Hey, you there? I can't give you mobile money because you're in school, right? Yes. Please go for it. But 100 in my why? I'll ask you a different question. Okay. Are we okay? Okay. So I said that a lady introduced me to a certain word. And that word has been my inspiration right from day one up until today. What's the word? Senior, me, I won't disgrace you. You can phone a friend. You know who wants to be rich. So look in your school and see who you can trust. Call that person. Let's get the money. Munyana mache. You can phone a friend. Friend and friend. Wafrobi. The girl or the boy? The girl. Okay. Hey. Phone a friend. Phone a friend.
Please, I'm Esma Selena.
Okay. What did I say the word
Volleyball.
of? Great. That was the word. Into Mema Mohendra, I'm on 50-50. Okay. And they're going in 100 beba. Senior one answer she what's nasty. Okay, I think I have my last one to give. I think I have my last one to give. I don't know why I feel like giving somebody $100 or something. Yeah, I just feel like it. I just feel like it. I don't have money like the next guy coming after me, you know, and like other people who have come before me. Or should I leave it for futurists? Kwame to come and give dollars, or I should give? I should give dollars. Okay. This one, I'm asking futurists, Kwame, yourself, the question. Please, how much do you want in dollars? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go, please, can we stand up one more time? Can we be on our feet? There's something so important to me that I want us to do. If you didn't get a CD from me, I think you got at least some few words from me, and these words will actually inspire you. And I'm hoping to see more results. For a lot of you, you come into my Instagram or any of my social media handles, and you're like, I want to be like you, Please stop it. You won't get a response from me and all of that. I've got the opportunity. I've shared to you. Myself and my brothers, we put together a course for you. You watch that. You study more. I hate it when people are always looking for knowledge, but not applied knowledge. So if I keep giving you knowledge and you're not applying the knowledge and putting it into a practical test, and you keep coming to me for more knowledge, proximity does not assure you of being like me. There are other great people I have studied from, people who have inspired me in my real estate world, in my media world, and everything that I have never spoken to. Proximity does not assure you of being great. If you are close and you are not serving, it won't even happen. And a lot of you, Generation Z people, would not even want to serve anybody. And so stay in your lane, get some courses, get something. And once you apply it and we begin to see it, every single mentor of mine, I didn't go to them. They came to me because they saw what I was doing and they realized I needed help. And so they came to me. And it's beautiful when you have your mentors come and they pick you up and they nurture you than just running around and everybody. I know after this section and everything, people will come to us. I want to be like you. I want you to mentor me. Please. Make sure me open into make catch up. But when you apply this knowledge and it works and we see it, I can guarantee you one thing. We will come after you. Can you please lift your right hand with me? I just want us to make a declaration. Declarations for me are very powerful. Each and every morning, even if I forget, whilst I drive in town, I'm always declaring into my day. And so we want to make a very simple declaration. Don't feel like you're in church. If you're Muslim, you're traditionalist, you're whoever, this is not any Christian thing. It's just raising a right hand, right? Great. So when I say I, you put your name just like we do it when you're getting married or you're in church or wherever you are. So I, Kwesi Otin Desmond, today from Winneba, Ghana, West Africa, I declare that my life would be a symbol for generations yet unborn. That my name will transcend into generations yet to come. That poverty will never know my doorstep. That my family will call me to family gatherings. I explained that for you another time. That my name will represent joy, happiness, and great celebration. That my name will be a door opener. That my name will be a gate opener. And on today, the 4th of March, my life will never be the same again. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kwesi Otin Desmond. Clap for yourself. I appreciate you for your time, and God richly bless you.
Oh, come on, do one more time for... Oh, come on, let's do it better for COD. Success Africa. Success Africa. Can I have the team from EcoBank joining me shortly? Success Africa. Let me do some quick giveaways. Those sending the messages, if you added your name, it would have helped you a lot. I am Dora, and I'm enjoying the program and learning a lot. This summit has been one of the exciting and educative summits I've attended so far. Please, let's welcome our guests that joined us from University of Education, Ejumaku campus. Can they all rise up as we acknowledge them? Please rise up. Some of you are upstairs. Oh, please, appreciate them. They just got here. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. We've been waiting for you and giving you all the best. Thank you for coming all the way. They started their journey. It's been 3 hours for them to get here. And it will be on their campus for a session for them. Please, let's appreciate them one more time. Oh, let's do it better for them. They just got in. They just got in. So they'll just be... Let's welcome Emmanuel from EcoBank to speak to us briefly. Please, let's give it up to him as he comes. Maybe somebody will be walking away with 200 Ghana cedis in your EcoBank mobile app right here. The more you clap for him, the more he gives more money. Oh, let's do it better for him.
Thank you very much, Albert and Success Africa. We at EcoBank, we are so grateful to be part of Success Africa 2023. And we have a lot to do today. And briefly, I'll talk about our EcoBank mobile app. And so, for EcoBank, we are so happy in the development of young adults like some of us here. We believe that the youth today is the future of our business. And so, whatever we do today, we are looking at tomorrow, because you here sitting right there will be the future of the bank. All those old men and women that we have, they are saving with us, they will pass on. But we believe in the youth that if you're able to empower the youth to be able to take up account products, low-cost account products, they will grow to become huge depositors for the bank. And so for our youth department, it's a whole department on its own. And we are happy to be here. So a bit back, in 2017, EcoBank set up this whole youth banking department. So the focus was to look at tailored products that suits the young adults. So when I say the young adults, we are looking at age between 18 to 25. Our main proposition was to just include financially every young adult in Ghana. And so we created that department to serve that particular group of people. And we are saying that for you, if you're able to stay with you from that age ongoing, we can build a very strong relationship to have you stay with us. And so we are happy to say that a whole banking department unit has been set for EcoBank. And so if you have an account with us and your age is between 18 to 25, we set you apart in this department. And so that's the youth banking. To enhance these units, we are saying that we are going to give you low-cost products. So these are accounts that we don't charge you anything on the account. We're also ensuring that we give you products that you can transact conveniently without even walking to the banking hall. So that's our mobile app. So we are saying that wherever you are, you can just go onto our Play Store or iOS stores and download the EcoBank mobile app. And what would the app do for you? So with the EcoBank mobile app, you can use it to buy airtime. You can transfer money from your account to other person's accounts. It gives you the opportunity to even create a virtual card for yourself. You will not need to pay anything if you are linking your account to your mobile money. And so the EcoBank mobile app was designed for that youth cohort. And everybody within this segment can have the opportunity to get an account without even visiting the branch. By just downloading the app, you have an Express account which you can use to transact. So as Albert said, today I know some of you have downloaded the mobile app. We are going to give a lot of freebies. We are going to credit your account. We are going to look at people who've been able to use the app to buy airtime, to try what we are talking about. We also want to talk about our MX proposition. And so to tailor our youth segment, we decided to say that to bring more clarity to the youth segment, we are rebranding our whole youth banking to MX Mobile Express. And what does the MX include? It includes you having an account. We are going to give you a card on that account as well. We are also saying that if you want to deposit money in your account, if you want to transfer money, if you want to withdraw money from your account, you need not to go to the branch. If you get close to any EcoBank branded location with the name Express Point, you can just go there to transact conveniently. You need not to get any branch wherever you are. But within your own communities, if you see anywhere where you see EcoBank Express Point, you can just go there to transact seamlessly. And so that is our proposition for our youth segment. We believe that for the young person, he doesn't want to struggle to transact with us. So we made it simple. We are saying that the card that we are giving that segment that we are talking about, we're going to do a lot of promotions as well. And today, for your certificate that you are also paying for coming to this program, we are reducing it. Instead of you paying 30 cedis, we are saying that get the EcoBank mobile app and you pay just 20 Ghana cedis. We are also running a lot of promotions today. And so, I don't know who has opened the EcoBank mobile app this morning. Who came in with the EcoBank mobile app? Good. Who is here to get to the mobile app? Okay. So, who? Okay, I don't know how to put it. Who wants the deposit of 100 cedis to the account? I know all of you. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I'll take you through the process to get to the app. If you're able to, I want somebody to just download the app fresh now. If you're able to do it within the next 5 minutes, you earn 100 cedis deposit right now. So there are two ways to get to the app. Either you go through the mobile app, or you go through the IO stores or our USSD, which is the *770 hash. So when you go to Play Store, you just download EcoBank Mobile. You follow the prompt, you select your country. So in this case, your phone number is your account number. Okay? So you select the country, you put in your phone number without the zero, you follow the prompt, you create a PIN for yourself, and you are good to go. You need not to bring any utility bill. You don't have to tell us where you live. You just do everything by just some few clicks on your mobile phone. And so we are saying that if you're able to get the app as well, you're entitled to a new card called the MX card. So the card also will allow you to withdraw money from any other bank ATM, or you can use it through our ATM as well. And so, as many that will be able to download the app today, we are around. We are picking the account numbers from the back end to credit the account. So, if you are ready to get through to the app, please let us know, and if you receive the money, let us know. We are here. So, as I said, just go through the Play Store, look for the EcoBank mobile app. Just download the app, and you can do a lot with the mobile app. As I said, you can buy airtime, you can do transfers from your account. We are also going to issue you an instant card as well, and it's a Visa card that you can transact even beyond Ghana. You can use it elsewhere, and so we are here. If there is anybody who is willing to go through this process with us, and we are going to travel with Success Africa to all over the campuses that he'll be going. And so the freebies will come plenty. We'll be sending it along as we go through. So please, we are monitoring. Thank you very much.
Hello, Success Africa. So I have some airtime from Bishop Dominic Alote, who has followed him on Instagram right away. Please do that quickly. They are bringing me the list. He has given us 500 cedis worth of airtime to be given to some lucky people right here. Just look out for his Instagram page at Bishop Dominic Alote. At Bishop Dominic Alote. Follow, comment, and then when they get me the list, when I come back after this speaker, we would have that session. Also bear in mind that we have the social media handles of Success Africa. Send your questions there. Send your questions there. Somebody is tabulating all the questions, comments there. Just follow it on all the various platforms, and you can be a lucky winner. A lot of you are sending messages to say, how can I win? I'm teaching you how you can win. It's when you learn to understand and just listen and do what you are asked to do. Some people have gotten theirs from SMS, others on WhatsApp, others just comment about your experience today. Somebody just sends a message and says, it's been a wonderful experience. I can't wait to join Cape Coast. So Cape Coast is next week Saturday, and you are allowed to join us in each of the campuses that we are visiting. Let me give you the itinerary. Right from here, we are moving to Koforidia Technical University. That's on the Thursday, the 9th of February. Then on Friday, it's a back-to-back, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday at Accra, Koforidia Technical University. Then to UMAT, Takwa on Friday evening. Then on Saturday morning, we'll be at the University of Cape Coast. And then the following week, we'll be at ATU, Accra Technical University, to UPSA, to University of Ghana. One of the mega ones will be happening right there at the University of Ghana on the 18th of February. Then the journey will be taking us to the Ashanti region. At the Ashanti region, we are doing Amsteg, we are doing Kumasi Technical University. Then the bigger one will be at the KNUST. Then the final will be in Was Sunyane and all other locations. We keep adding on to the numbers as God will allow. Let's have the next speaker, who happens to be a partner to this event, and he happens to be an award-winning futurist global business keynote speaker, 3 times TEDx speaker, investor, entrepreneur, and one of the continent's leading minds on blockchain technology and Web 3.0. Named in the top 40 most influential people of African descent in 2020 and 100 most influential young Africans in 2018. He was awarded the 2017 African Youth of the Year at African Youth Awards and named among the top 100 global leaders of tomorrow by the St. Gallen Symposium, Switzerland. He was recognized as part of the top 50 young CEOs in Ghana in 2019 and 2022. In December 2018, he was announced ECOWAS Youth Ambassador and was recently named top 100 most influential speakers in Ghana, making him the youngest to make that list. Kwame is a dynamic millennial who brings international experience to driving transformation and youth empowerment across the globe. His clients include people from the United Nations, UNDP, British Embassy, Canadian Embassy, Stanbic Bank, MTN, Vodafone, Kempinski, BET, both UNICEF and the Office of the President of Ghana. He's a graduate from the University of Ghana, but I've worked and partnered with Fidelity Bank, Goyle, Ghana Stock Exchange, IBM, AU, African Union, and Coca-Cola. Let's all rise up to receive our final speaker for today as we bring the curtain on the opening convocation. Kwame Opoku, come on, let's do it better for Kwame Opoku. Oh, come on, let's do it better for him as he comes. Oh, come on, let's do it better. Hey, come on, let's feel the vibe. Success Africa, mind shift. Success Africa. Just take a picture, post, and comment right now. Success Africa.
All right. Now, Albert, please come back. Hi, everyone. I cannot hear you. Hi, everyone. Can we be up and standing one last time? Albert, please come back. I want us to celebrate this man. Please be up and standing. This has to be your loudest clap so far. I want everybody to be up and standing. Come on, you can do better. Please remain standing. The speakers could please sit down. Please sit down, the speakers, but everybody else remain standing. I'm doing this because oftentimes what you don't celebrate, you cannot attract. Are you with me? And we live in a generation where we call it a microwave generation. We live in a generation where people see the finished work, but they never see the process. And a lot of you are caught up in that space. You're looking for the end results, but you don't want to go through the process. Albert started doing this when I was in high school. When Albert started doing Success Africa and conferences to empower young people, I was in Opokuwari. That's when I saw him. I left high school in 2009. So you can do the math. It's over 1,400 people in the room right now. If you understand, how many of you have tried to organize your own birthday party? How many of your friends came? We am show. So once more, can we celebrate Mr. Albert Kosi? All right, you may be seated. Can I have my face towel? Looks like it's hot here. All right. I'm the last speaker, which is either a very good thing or a very terrible thing, because now they have drank all the water. So we're going to do comedy for the rest of the time. When my brother came, he asked those who came from far. Did anybody come from a place that took them about 4 hours to get here? That little girl, get up. What's your name? I need a microphone, please. Work with me. I'm going to be up here for about 22 minutes and 18 seconds. And I'm going to be out of here. And I promise you, it will be one of the most important 22 minutes of your life. Has anybody heard me speak before? Let me see. Okay, you're about to be shocked. All right. Can we also please celebrate the speakers that came before us? Can we celebrate Mrs. Janet, doctor all the way from the United States? Awesome. What's your name?
Please, I'm called Ritana.
Ritana. Where did you come from?
Please, I'm from Volta region.
You traveled from Volta region to come here today?
I'm staying with my auntie, so they invited me here.
And then you came?
Yes.
How old are you?
Please, I'm 14 years.
14 years. Why did you decide to come? Please bring me money. Wait. Why did you decide to come?
Please, like, I like going to places where people talk and encourage others.
They what?
I like going to places where people talk and encourage others.
Come, don't talk again. Come. Okay. Albert, who has been our most active volunteer? Who gathered the most people for the event? So, for the 14-year-old, I'm going to give you 200 CDs. Okay? Simon, come and count it for her. Who has been one of... Where is Isaac? Isaac, where is he? President of physics. Where is he? Isaac, can we celebrate him? Where's Isaac? He's working. No, I want him to come for it himself. Okay, so when Isaac comes, let me know. And please give this woman 200 cities and let her. Whenever you hear that they are sharing knowledge, go there. Not where they are doing atopa. Okay? Go and sit down. I've seen some high school people here. Is there anybody who is 9 years old? 10. There's a 10-year-old. Bring him to me. Wait, there's another one. Come. Where's my microphone? How old are you?
I am 8 years old.
Oh. And you can speak in front of 1,400 people. Wow. How old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
10. Oh, are your parents here? Who came with them? You came with your sister?
Yes.
Where's your sister? Come. Ah! Today I came for your family. Okay. And who did you come with?
I came with my sister.
Where's her sister? Sister, come. Okay. So, Simon, 200 CDs to 10 years old.
Thank you.
And 200 CDs to 8-year-old.
Thank you.
So make sure she uses it for something good. Your sister has 200 CDs. Manage it for her. Look, the manager, you better not manage it in your pocket. You hear me? All right. Are you now ready? Before I leave here, I'll give one person $100. which in today's currency conversion is what? 1,000 what? Hey, you know conversion. Hey, here more rough. Is there anybody here who cannot speak Chi? You can't speak Chi. You're a Chris. What are you doing? All right. Okay. Don't worry. I came for everybody. I have a gift for everybody before I leave here. All right. I want to bless somebody in the Success Africa team. The guy that did the biggest numbers, how many people did he bring? What? He organized 2,000. And how many of them attended? 500 are here. I'm giving him 1,000 CDs. Now, a lot of you don't know, I am the co-partner of this tour. So this is my home. This is why I'm the last speaker. And I only came to bless you. Because the speakers, they've said it all. Dr. Janet, Mrs. Janet finished the thing. Dog scatter everywhere. These two Mumu people that came before me, my brothers, they have spoken all the English. So, all right. So, I said 22 minutes. You now have me for about 18 minutes and 12 seconds. And I want to talk to you about money. Say money. I want the ladies to add treble. Say money. And I want the men to add bass. Say money. I like it. All right? Go to the next slide. I think I brought just 7 slides. I want everybody here who has a smartphone, this is my first gift to you. This is my Telegram community. I share money. I share ways in which you can make money. I share my journey, and we learn together. So scan it and run. If you don't get anything from this conference, I promise you, joining this community would be a blessing. All right? So you have about 20 more seconds to do that. By the time I end, can the slide people, Albert, can you send COD's QR code so that I can do that towards the end? All right? Go back. If you move my slide, who is that? I will curse you. Hey. If you move my slide before I say move, we die here. Where is the guy who is controlling? Wave your hand. Don't hide. I have money for you. Who is controlling? Where are the people who control the slides? It's you, Abby. If you follow me and we do the work of God, I'll give you money. If you move before me, make like you and Holy Spirit the work. You go before Holy Spirit. Hey! All right. How many of us have been able to join? Hands? Still over 50% of the house. Let me give you a minute. Just open your camera. You will see that a link will pop up. And then you click the link. If you don't have Telegram, don't scan it. And if you don't have Telegram, I don't know what you're doing here. Yeah, you will see Crypto Medici Community if you scan it. Where's my face towel? This with Malik. Okay. Oh, it's here. Okay. And I have 16 minutes. You people have chopped another 2 minutes. All right. Are we good? How many of us have been able to join? All right. Maybe towards the end, I'll bring it again. Okay? Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. And then keep it here. How many of us are graduates by show of hands? You have finished school. Okay. Please stand. If you're a graduate, you finished school. All right. Thank you. Don't sit. How many of you are about to finish school? Okay. Graduates, should we tell them? Should we tell them? Seniors. You may be any Simon, should I tell them? Mrs., can I tell them the truth? So, Our parents, out of love, genuine love, and a knowledge of what used to work, told us, go to school, remember, study hard, pass your exams, do your national service, get a job, get married, have 2 kids, buy a Corolla, and die. Who has heard that kind of advice before? Okay. A Corolla, yeah. It used to work, my people. It used to be about 10, 20 years ago, if you went to school, study hard, and pass your exams, get into national service, you will get a job. Please graduate. How is it going with the job? Are you looking for the job, or is the job looking for you? Jojo, how is it going? Bossu, are you employed? No. See, this I don't even need to be a prophet. I could have just picked you. By default, I say you're unemployed, and it will be there. Bah! I'm a prophet. You're not employed. Have you tried looking for a job? You're not 599, Jesus. Okay. So when will you be done?
By September.
Okay, when you're done, you're looking for a job, Abi?
Yes, please.
Or you are thinking they might retain you?
Oh, not really.
No, that one, there's no vim there.
Yes, please.
So even where you are, you don't have vim, but you have vim that you go outside and find a new one.
Yes, please.
The Lord is your shepherd.
Yeah.
Graduates, sit down. I went to the University of Ghana in 2010. First year, something told me, please, don't take my talk as an excuse to go and leave school. But I want to tell you the truth. Can I tell you the truth? If you want to hear the truth, say yeah, yeah. All right. So in first year, I noticed that the world was beginning to shift. This is 2009, 2010, the early days of Facebook adoption. There was no Twitter, no Instagram, none of those things you have today, no TikTok, no Snapchat. The 2 biggest social media platforms were High Five and MySpace. Does anybody remember any of those? You guys don't. Doc and Mrs. maybe, but you guys are young enough, so you have no idea what those things were. And I realized that on that thing called Facebook, at the time where if you knew 108 people, they were all people you knew in real life. It's not today that you people are talking to ghosts and strangers who don't have profile pictures. I don't know what's wrong with this generation, but we're not here to talk about your madness. I said I'm here to talk about what? I can't hear you. Talk about what? All right. So on Facebook, I saw people start talking about they're making money online. They're making money online. I'm like, what's going on? So I started paying attention to the space and started looking at what was possible in that space. 2010. There was a guy in level 400 in 2014 called Michael. Michael has given me the permission to use his story. Michael was top of our psychology class. I chose English and philosophy in Legon. My house witches partnered with the gods of my house, and they changed what I chose. So philosophy and English, I got now psychology and dance. Any dance student here? It was also the only course in which I got A, to the glory of God. And then they gave me information studies, and they added it. So right from day one, I knew that Asamatomi. So Michael, in level 400, I had dropped my other 2 courses. I had only psychology as a major. And Michael was the best student. So Michael used to look at my entrepreneurship endeavors, trying to do other things outside of school, and used to be very worried for me. Kwame, you're such a brilliant chap. I said, Michael, to each man himself. Let's all continue the journey. So we finished Legon. Unfortunately, as a terrible thing that you should never do, never miss an exam, never miss a test, ever. If you're in school, if you come to understand the real value of formal education, Even though I'm not the biggest cheerleader of formal education, if I tell you what is done for me, there is no way I can downplay that. So do not in any way play with formal education. But in today's world, and I have said this before, the greatest disservice you can do to yourself is to limit your education to the classroom. Can I repeat that? The greatest disservice you can do to yourself is to limit your education to the classroom. Are you following? Write that down somewhere. If you're tweeting it, tweet it. So, Michael and I finally left Legon. Unfortunately, when I was doing my hustle things, I missed a couple of papers, what we call mid-sem. Is that what's called IA? So I missed a couple of it. And I was supposed to come and resit. Even the first sitting was a problem. Why would I come and resit? So I didn't go and resit. So I couldn't graduate. I didn't finish Legon. So I'm one of the people who went through the school. The school didn't go through me. The A4 sheet is still with them. Then we finished school. Michael, top of the class. Immediately we left national service. Boom! He entered one bank. He's doing amazing. I was building online. About 2 years after we finished school, one day Michael reached out to me on Instagram. Said, bro, we need to talk. I said, okay, what do we need to talk about? Michael said, I am looking for a job, and I hear you have a company with your office in Spintex. Can I apply? I said, Michael, and you what I will say, if we finish school, I will suffer. Just because you were getting 92 and 83 in class. Please, I don't have a job. I don't have an office. I'm also unemployed. So if you find a job, call me. We'll look for it together. The reason why I tell you this story is very, very simple. We are in a society where we define intelligence very narrowly. So the ability for people to memorize in schooling system is defined as intelligence. Are you following? But how many of you agree that Albert Einstein is as intelligent as Lionel Messi? And that the level of intelligence you need to control the ball the way Messi and Ronaldo and Mbappe and Neymar does is the same level of cognition you will need if you're a scientist or a physicist or a biologist or whatever. How many of us agree? So the first thing I came to break for you is don't let anybody box you up in their narrow definition of intelligence. Are you with me? If you're here, say yeah. Second, from the very day the internet was introduced, let me give you a little history class. The internet was originally built as a military technology. It was called ARPANET. It was built by the US for them to be able to communicate when they were in war and they were monitoring or spying on enemies. And then it became a commercial product that we knew or we know today. From the late 1800s to the early 1900s, immediately the internet was introduced, one thing happened. You remember what Speaker Moses said? Values started shifting. So the second thing I want to say to you is this. There is now not one single way onto wealth. Did you see the kid that Moses showed you at 11 years who earns $500,000 on the same YouTube that you've been watching? Wale. Some of you, put down on your chest. Say, I am my own problem. Say like I said, I'm my own problem. Some of you have been praying against witches. I put it to you. Go and stand in the mirror. You are the first witch of your own life. Can I prove it to you? Okay. You have a smartphone, lift it up. Perfect. Lift your smartphone. If the smartphone in your hand, don't put it down, put it up. Maybe do a tama manakao. If the smartphone in your hand is not putting money in your pocket, how smart is your phone? Don't put it up, put it up. And by consequence, how smart are you, the person who is holding the phone? No be me talk about a question they ask. This Uber have a day. This week, if you've spent 20 CDs on data, phone up. Phone up. More than. Okay, this week, today is Saturday. Okay, so from Monday till now, you spent 50 CDs on data. Okay. In the last 1 month, how much has that phone brought you? 0. In economics, do you know what that is called? It is called a liability. And Uber have a headache. And some are better to us. So, a lot of you have a money maker in your hand, but it has become a money drainer in your hand. That means per average, if you're doing 50 CDs a week, somebody calculate 50 CDs by 54. Let me see real quick. 50 times 54. Say it first. What?
2,700.
2,700 CDs. That's how much you're spending on data every year. Some of you do 100 CDs, 200 CDs. You watch the TikTok, MTN will give you a warning. Be warned. Your data will finish soon. 2,700 Ghana CDs. Divided by 12. That's almost 50% of what national service personnel are paid. Are you with me? I'm sure you're still wondering. Can you see the screen? I want somebody to come and read it. Somebody with good English. I'll give you money. Make sure your English is 2007. Come. Since you've already said 2007. I'm done. My time is finished. Come. Come close enough so you can see it. On the left. It starts from the blue part. So read.
You want to pay for my inner circle so he comes to learn to be a full-time trader.
Okay. So you want to pay for my inner circle so he comes to learn to be a full-time trader. What did he say?
Yes, sir.
I said, how would you like
to make payment?
What did he say?
I can pay using either card or transfer of NGN or USD.
Okay.
I have USD in my debit card.
Okay, now skip all the way and read after high value. What does it say? We are using 750N. So 750,000 naira is how much?
$1,000.
Dollars. Awesome. And then what did he say?
Sir, please, I will credit before noon tomorrow.
So, sir, please, I will credit before noon tomorrow. On the right, you can't see very clearly, but can you at least see the 750,000 on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line?
Yes, please.
Okay. Please give this woman money. Give her how much? When him said 1,000. Money 200 no got nothing. Okay. Guys. Take your calculator. Now, when we are done with the calculation, I want you to just shout A. Okay? Multiply 1,000 by 12 point. The current exchange rate is 12 point what? 12.6. So 1,000 by 12.6. Say 8. One person, you know this about my inner circle. Albert Wayne, he knows. Paid that money. My dear, one person paid that money to join my inner circle. Kofi, how many people are in my inner circle right now? So keep the 12,600. I want you to multiply by the number of people who've paid. 179. Multiply it. How much?
$179,000. That's 2.2 million Ghana cedis.
All right. Are you with me? Say A. So do you now understand why I can do what I'm doing? I came here to say to you that I'm not being paid that money because of my CV. I'm also not being paid it because of my degree. So for those of you who are pursuing the degree CV route, I'm wishing you well on that journey. But I just wanted every young person in this room to know that the internet has given us another way to wealth. And I don't know if it's witchcraft or a Jimmy, that only in our part of the world, when we speak about the internet as an economic empowerment tool, Obibini's brain will first go to scam. Oh, you can make money on low fear, it's a scam. Hey, Joe. Oh, why are you like this? That's what it is, because of all you unbelievers that I brought this. I say my slides, they are 4. I come here in Japan. Seeing is believing. I have the money I've dashed is somebody's 3 months salary. I could have kept it in my pocket. Are you with me? But in our world, seeing is believing. Your friend, feely, right? So, how did I do this? Next slide. Oh, okay, this is why I shock you more. Next slide. So, this one, everybody can see clear. Simon, please come. You work at Binance. So if I'm making this up, you will tell. Somebody say, Kwame, but if you show all of this, you can be in trouble, your safety. I beg, forget. The first thing that you saw with somebody paying $1,000 to get into my inner circle is called monetizing your knowledge. So in my inner circle, I sell what I know. Are you with me? The second thing is called monetizing a skill. I have a skill that brought me what you're seeing on your screen in 12 months. And I want you to please look at it well. The first sign in front of the money is not Zimbabwean dollar. It is also not Ghana cedis. Simon, you work at Binance. Did this come from Binance? This is the end of year numbers that they give you for everything you've done during the year. So you know about this. Okay. So, what number is there? Some of you, the money is so big, your spirit can't even agree to pronounce it. A lot of people who go, it's a scam. A lot of people who go online, when they Google my name, they Google 2 other things. They Google Kwame A. Opoku net worth, and then they Google Kwame A. Opoku wife. Today, I will show you people the closest thing to my wife. My daddy-in-law is here. That is the closest. If you can look at my daddy-in-law's face and infer my wife, all the best for you. But help me celebrate my father-in-law who came all the way just to join us. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ampere. So, first thing, I monetized my knowledge using the internet as a distribution vehicle. Second thing, I monetized my skill. Say skill. Now, let me help you. There are different types of skill. When you go to school, you're being trained and equipped with a skill. There's something on the internet called high income skill. Who has heard of it before? High income skill. So you people, what do you do on the internet? I give her like that. That's the one. That's what you have been doing. Am I lying? All you're there is scrolling. The boys, I know what you have been looking at. I know. Me and you, we know what you have been looking at. You, especially you. As for the women, they are there comparing wigs. Wig. This person's wig. I want it. All right. So, a high income skill, I have 5 minutes to go. A high income skill is any skill that has the potential to earn you $10,000 every 30 days. Those of you who've heard of it, if you can give me 3 high income skills, I will give you 100 cedis for each. If you miss one, all the 300 is gone. High income skills. 1. First one, marketing. 2nd, copywriting. 3rd, what? Closing. We'll add it to marketing and sales. I want another one. Say something related to Binance. Specifically, cryptocurrency. Come for your 300. So, the second is skill. Some of you have now heard for the first time about high income skills. How many of you know anything about copywriting? Show of hands. Copywriting. Not the other copyright, the copywriting. Okay. How many of us know about closing as a skill? What about sales? Everybody should have heard of sales. What about marketing? There's a very big one called social media marketing. Have you heard of it? Under the big umbrella, digital marketing. Have you heard of it? Have you heard people say they make money from it? So why haven't you looked into how they do it? Or you are okay? Everybody here is rich, Abi. So why are you holding gold in your hand? It is draining money from you. Me and you, I want to ask you a question. Me, am I using the internet or is the internet using me? Now look at yourself. You. Are you using the internet? Some of you, the internet is abusing you, slapping you, using you, stamping on you. Hey! Next slide. I'll talk to you about Binance in a bit because they sponsored us. How many of us have heard about artificial intelligence? I came to tell you the world has changed. Somebody asked earlier about ChatGPT. What you see here were all images that I created in under 1 minute using an AI tool called Mid-Journey. Anybody here heard about Mid-Journey? Don't lie. Mid-Journey, MT. These are students, mama. The artificial intelligence is at the forefront of technological breakthrough. Over 99% have not even heard about this tool. In under 1 minute, you can see there, I just put in words. This artificial intelligence platform is called Text to Image AI. You give it text by typing in, and it creates images. In the middle, people get paid for something called UI and UX design. Any web designers here? Averagely, how much do people get paid for UI UX? Can you talk to me, sir? Averagely. Don't even use Ghana number, international. About how much? Yes, you. Yes, yes. The one who raised his hand. Yes. About how much? About $2,500, right? You are a web designer. What do you see in the middle? Is it a good UI UX design for a watch website? Yeah, yes or no? Perfect, right? And people are paid $2,500 for it. It was created under a minute using an AI platform that you know nothing about. Say A. On the right, you can see I put in hyper-realistic 80-year-old men and women walking a futuristic runway with VR gear and an audience watching at Futurist Kwame. And it created that image in under 1 minute. Next slide. Go back. None of those people you see there have ever existed. An AI platform created it. You're in school, you're being taught the 4 P's of marketing. Gordon Gogisbeck, Sokatwa. Mention them. What? Board Max, Tantita, Fan Y, Fine S. I will find with three so. Waiting concern me for Fine Y, Fine X. And there is nothing wrong with it. Don't get me wrong. I'm in a university. But the thing that is controlling your world is not in your curriculum. And unfortunately, because of how you're using the internet, it's not even in your worldview. I have since created over 200 images. Any photographer can pull up their photography portfolio. I will pull up my photography portfolio. I have never held a camera before. This is the world you're in. All of this was done on my phone in less than 1 minute. Say, hey, have you learned something so far? I said I came to talk to you about what? So now, do you understand why somebody will pay $1,000 to get into my inner circle? Just to access things like this. Are you following? Next slide. So, the mind shift is very simple. All the speakers have done the work about shifting your mind. I came to tell you, shift your habits, shift what you consume, shift that poverty mindset. Guys, can I shock you? Can I shock you? Talk back to me. Can I shock you? Sir and madams, I came to tell you that poverty is not the absence of currency. Let it sink in. I'll prove it. I said, poverty, it is not the absence of currency. I have seen people with a lot of money who are poor. Can I prove it to you? I can't hear you. Can I prove it to you? Poverty is a state of mind. Have you seen people who have won lottery, right? And they've won bets. Aha. Have you seen super bet? Sporty. There was a guy that 2 years ago won millions of CDs. They couldn't even count. They couldn't pay him. Do you guys know that he's broke today? Have you guys heard stories of people who won millions of currency, but because they were broke in state, the money departed from them? Are you with me? Money is a state of being. It's a consciousness of existence. Some of you, right now, in your capacity, your wealth capacity, if they open $1 million, you will collapse. Straight. Okay, be honest. How many of you were struggling with my $3.8 million? Be honest. That be money where if you get, you feel crazy. I know traders who make that in a week, who laugh at me that I make it in a year. Are you following me? So, what I want you to do is to look at the world through a new lens. My people, raise your smartphone. Guys, you see that thing in your hand? Look at it with intensity and say, hey, you are a money maker. Let's start making money. Now, they are same crane. Bisano. How many of you are now ready to use the internet? Today, you won't let the internet use you again. You are ready to use the internet. Okay, last slide. Next slide, sorry, not last. Next one. You don't want money. You this guy. Okay. I'm going to tell you a story. And I'm going to end my section here. And then I'll talk a little bit about Binance, who sponsored us. And I'll bring Albert back. And we'll be bringing this to a close. Thank you so much for staying from the beginning to the end. I kept my best gift towards the end. So don't move yet. The guy you see is 14 years old, Jack Andreka. Jack Andreka was 14 when his uncle died of pancreatic cancer. Jack wasn't pleased with it. So he said, why did he have to die? It turns out that they have early stage detection for the different types of cancer. Skin cancer, breast cancer, all the different types, but they didn't have for pancreatic cancer. And so Jack, out of his pain and desperation, started searching Google and trying to find out how we might be able to detect pancreatic cancer early enough. At 14 years old, he combed the internet, combed Google. He put together a small machine learning algorithm. He put together a 5-page thesis, and he sent it out to the top 200 cancer research facilities in the U.S. 199 of them didn't get back to him. One, Johns Hopkins University, got back to him and said, look, the little boy is showing initiative at 14 years old. He's thinking outside the box. Bring him over. Give him some paraphernalia. Say, well done. When you're old enough and ready to apply for a university, you can come to Johns Hopkins University. He got to the lab and they found out that what he was talking about held some level of weight. So they gave him 3 months in the lab. His thesis was that carbon nanotubes, which is a form of a protein, was a way that we could detect or we can use as an early marker for detecting pancreatic cancer. After 3 months in the lab, Jack Andreka was right. And at age 14, he single-handedly turned pancreatic cancer from 99% mortality to 99% survival. And he did it by searching Google. Look at your neighbor and say, how old are you? Now ask him or her, do you have Google on your phone? Now say this last one. Say it small and move your head quick. Say shame on you. Have I spoken to somebody here? Say yeah. Did you get some information? Was it worth your time? Are you sure? Say yeah. Next slide. People, I want to say this to you. Listen to me carefully. Albert is my witness. Albert, I know this is not right. I hope nobody is this live? Oh God. Albert, just rough estimate. How much have we spent on this event? 200,000 CDs. Okay. In percentage, how much came from my pocket? About 50,000. Okay. Listen. I don't need anybody's money. I charge $1,000 for my inner circle. When we're starting this tour, I told Albert we cannot just go and speak to the people, inspire them for 4 or 5 hours, and they go home and nothing changes. So, this is Ghana. This is a university. I've been in a university before, and I'm a Ghanaian. I don't live here anymore. I've relocated. I live in the Middle East. But I came down to make sure that whatever we do here is measurable. So, I put together Albert, myself, and everything I teach in my inner circle, which is about 10 different ways you can create wealth online, including trading, high income skills, monetizing your knowledge, promoting other people's products to build wealth. I brought COD, who can teach you the basics of how you can start real estate, even if you don't have any money. And we are doing also social media, life coaching, career path with Albert. This should at least cost anybody. And I can promise you that if we go toe to toe to measure this up against a university degree, it will be an interesting race. So, for those of you who spend that amount of money you're seeing on the screen on data in a month, I want to give you an option. Who wants to hear it? I can't hear you. All right. If for everything that I teach for $1,000, I was giving it to you for absolutely free, how many of you will be interested? If you'll be interested, stand up. All right. Okay. All right. Those who are seated, I'm sure they know that it is not free. That's why they are not wasting their time. Or they have money. Okay? All right. Now, those of you who think, I've not asked you for anything. Just hear me. If you think that the little you've seen in your eye, even my act of public speaking, I teach it. Can you see it there? How many of you like how I speak and how I present? The whole house. It's in there. It's an act. I wasn't born speaking this English. Are you with me? So if you think it's not worth the 210 CDs, sit down. Not you don't have it. You think it's not worth 210 CDs, sit down. Oh, why are you? Oh, why? Albert is a wicked person. I'm telling you, Albert is wicked. He just came and said we can only admit 100 people. Look at the room. It's 1,004. Those of you who can afford the 200, keep standing. You can't, please sit down. Those of you who can keep standing, I have something for you. It's 200 CDs. You see those who've sat down, if they don't have it genuinely, I'm happy for them. But if they do, they will look back on this day and they might have regret. Don't need your money. If you see the number who are standing multiplied by 200, it doesn't even pay for 25% of the event. We're not doing this for money. But I promise you, if I give you this thing for free, you will not take it serious. It's just the brain. Don't ever appreciate value with the mind of free. Don't abuse value. Are you with me? Now, all of you who can, this is possibly more than 100. Okay. How many of us can pay today? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Okay. All right. I'm going to need help. We have the details on here, don't we? It's up. So there's a merchant account there. And once you're done, how do we put them in the platform so they get access? Okay. Okay, so we'll take them there. Oh, when they make the payment, they'll see the QR code. Okay, all right. So, Albert, come and explain it to them, the money part. Then I can finish my work. Okay, first of all, I know this is going to disturb a bit. Please, speakers, do I have your permission to do this? It will take about 5 minutes. All right, guys, come out. Come. I have a special gift for everybody. Please, all of you who are ready to pay now, come. You want to join, but the money is not ready now. Still come. Those who are ready to pay now, go here. And then those who need some time to pay, go on the left. Let's do this real quick. And then we'll do the declaration. We're out of here. You're ready to pay now? Here. Those of you who are paying now here. You're paying now here. Those who are not paying now, please come on the left. Let me see what I can do for you. Do we have people who are where are they? How many of them are here? 4 of you who came first. I'm going to pay for all 4 of you. Okay? Where are they? Please raise your hand. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm paying for all of you. Okay? Okay? Clap for me. All right. So the 5 of you, please come here. I'll let my assistant pay for you. Those who can pay. Those who can pay are where? They are the right. Just give them the details, or we can take them to the back. Those of you who cannot pay, hands up. You can pay now. Okay, how long do you need? Just after here. Just after here. Are you sure? This is what we're going to do. For those who can pay, please move towards that side. Go and pay right now. Get in. Enjoy the course. Everything is ready. Just go to this side. Let me see those who need time. What do you need? Time. Okay. All right. If we could create a WhatsApp group, right? Everybody scans. They go there. We put the payment details. So when you pay, we move you to go and enjoy the course. You will come and meet me in the course. I'll be teaching it. This is the cheapest I've ever offered myself. Because it's not about money, guys. Are you with me? No, that would be a terrible. Albert, can we get one of our people?
Okay, so kindly, those who are paying tomorrow, kindly WhatsApp the number 0245 0245 110640. 0245 110640. Those who have paid, kindly take your seats. We would give you a Telegram page and host you in right away. Please, let's take our seats. 0245 040255. There are two numbers. You can use this one.
So those who need time to pay, WhatsApp 0245 040255. Send the message of when you intend to pay. I'm going to keep this offer open for the next 48 hours and we'll close it. Is that fair enough? Please take the number and the seat. Let's do the final thing and get out of here. I'll give a few people money, maybe sponsor some people for the course, and we're gone. Please have a seat. The number is there. 0245 040255. Those who are paying, just make your payment now. Just make the payment. The details are there. You can go. How much? Okay, where is the guy who organized the most people? Okay, can we please put our hands together for Isaac? I heard you organized 2,000 people and 500 of them came. I'm not giving you this money because of show off. I'm giving you this money because if anybody is passionate about helping other people find light, they deserve to be put right. How many of you agree? So, I'm giving you 1,000 CDs. This is 600. My assistant will give you 400. Come, let's take a picture today. Maybe some of the speakers. This guy brought over half of the room. So let's take a picture with him. And then I can do my last thing and we're gone. This is for all of you, the Success Africa team. I told you the overall best performer who would work the hardest on this tour. When we finish on the 6th of April, I'm giving you a fully sponsored trip to the Dubai and back with shopping money. You remember? I said it's a Holiday Inn. So Albert is the decider. But every school we go to, the people who work the hardest, I would reward them. Let's take a picture with this man. Can you celebrate him, please? Put your hands together. Annie, come and take a All right. Please, thank you so much, speakers. All right. So go to my assistant, leave your number for the 400 CDs. They will send it. Okay. This is the last thing I will do. I want us to do this together. Annie, this is for my props. Where's my phone? Winneba, can we do something for the gram? Can we do something for the gram? I think I have some extra money. I probably might just give it all out. Where's my... Please be up and standing. I'm going to do one final thing. This is the last one, and I'm gone. And Mr. Albert will take over. Yes, so you guys, the 5 of you, the people who... so I'm paying for our people with the disability for the course. I'm paying the 1,000 for all of you. Thank you so much for coming. And I'm so happy that you decided to empower yourself. Thank you. Can we put our hands together for them? All right. Albert, let's do this together. So, we're recording this for the gram. I'm going to ask, where are we? And we're all going to shout, Winneba. We'll do this across all the universities, so please win. Win. You are first. Okay? The loudest voice, I'll have something for you. All right, so get ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Albert Kusi, my partner for the tour. We just started in one of the best cities in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, where are we? I can hear you. Where are we? Awesome. Now, wait, don't sit. Please, bring your phone. Bring out your phone. Let me post this. If you're not following me, go on Instagram and look for Futurist Kwame. You will find the video there. All right. Please put COD QR code up there. Please turn on your phone light. Let's do this. Albert, come. This picture is the one we will use to go to sponsors and tell them if they don't give us money. Now, more people they be. So please, everybody turn on your phone light. If you don't have your phone light, lift your hand like that. Your phone light, lift your phone light and your muscle. I want the whole place to be lit. Where are my photographers and videographers? This is the picture. Albert, let's go down so we'll come in well. Annie, down is better, right? Yes. You think we are adore people? No. Where's my face towel? All right. So hands up like that. This is on behalf of all the speakers. My partner, Albert Kusi. This is the first city. Finance, thank you. EcoBank, thank you. Our partners, the institution, AICPA and CIMA, thank you. Say this after me. Say, this light that is up is going to be my path onto wealth. I am using this declaration as an oath to myself that by the time this tour comes again, I will be the one empowering and giving other people money. So be it. And I want you to give me your loudest shout. And you may be seated. Now, before I go, Albert is going to finish it. Before I go, I need that last QR code. You've got what you need? Annie, you've got the shot you needed? Where is JB? You good? All right. Please sit down. You can follow me on all my socials. Go back. Okay. So leave the code. You're interested in wealth creation, real estate. He's one of the coaches. You heard him speak already. That's his free community where he teaches real estate for free. What we'll be teaching in the paid course is higher stuff. But at least you can get all the basics. Okay? So, if this has been valuable, can I hear your loudest yeah, yeah?
Who wants this 4G router? Who wants it? Somebody will be walking away with it right away. Get ready. When your name comes up, just come forward and you may be walking away with it. But just before that, we are glad to receive the Institute for Liberty and Policy Innovation. Let's welcome the Executive Director to give us a wonderful package. Please, let's welcome him as he comes. Oh, let's welcome Bismarck.